Hey, 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 hey. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hello, Polopo. What's up? Is the volume balance good here? I actually don't know. I lowered the sound on my side a bit because I think I was too loud, or at least picked up too loud. Lowered it by 3 decibels. Think it's fine? Okay, good. Let's lower this. Here we go. Right. Let's start with Umineko. Here we go. Everything's set up properly. Wait, no, wrong thing. Oopsie. Didn't mean to show that. Give me a second. Okay. So, booting up Paint, we're getting our... where is it? There you go. I've missed it. It was just this. That was what I put on screen for a moment. It was this. It's just such a good year. It's a banger. It's a banger. What can I say? What can I say? Never mind, goated. True. Okay. So, as I mentioned last time, right? Or at least the last stream, right before I rage quitted Rain World, and that I'm not going back to it until there's massive updates. And by the way, I still haven't completed this shot. There's a lot of this shot that's missing. We'll need to go back and fix this. Where were we? Right. It's time for me to explain the theory that I came up with, right? I think it's important to do this right now. Let me boot up the actual game so we get something that isn't. Seagulls crying on loop. Give me some real music. For like 1 second, please. Okay. So. I was completely stuck. For like 30 years, I was completely stuck. Like yesterday, just thinking about it. I was thinking about it from every angle, right? Oh, could it be possible for anything to happen if there are only 5 master keys, right? Thank you, cook and epic, so fucking true. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Every character that has a fang in their mouth turned out to be epic. George doesn't have any, so he's cringe. Right? Like, so far it follows. And I'll need to go back and check this all out. But still. So I had noted everything here, right? And yesterday I opened up the chart again to ponder all of this. So, you know, this is the entire point as to why I made this shot, and it's working perfectly. Right, so here's what I'm thinking, right? There are 5 master keys, yet somehow, despite not having any hidden doors, despite not having any way to hide in the room, despite everything, every possible method of leaving while using a key, all of them did not happen. The only solution that Beatrice presented us, and the only valid solution, was that Jessica did it because she did not make corpse into red, right? That is a solution Beatrice offered us. Which would imply Nenjo is in on it, which would imply all the other servants are in on it, which would imply so many other things, and which would essentially mean that the battler at this point would have to doubt and think every single person he knows is guilty. Right? So that was an obvious trap from Beatrice. But at this point, I started thinking, yeah, it was magic too. I started thinking, what other possibilities is there? Right? At this point, if everything is locked out, if there are only 5 master keys, which was like my previous theory, was that there was an old servant who stole a pair of master keys or something, right? So there are only 5 master keys, breaks all of it. And I was just stuck. I was stuck. I was about to throw in the towel. Until I just had this idea. A little bit told me, right? Out of nowhere. What if the key that I'm talking about, what if the servant, the old servant that I'm talking about, indeed brought a pair of keys, but they're fake. They're not real keys. They don't work. They look like master keys, but they aren't. They don't work. Right? The old servant makes a shitty mold, makes like a picture or something of the actual keys while they work at the mansion. They leave. They make copies in their own, which, you know, shouldn't be too complicated if the point is to make them look real and not actually open doors, right? And at any point during this entire story, no one tested any of the keys except the ones already on the servants. So my theory right now, what happened, right? And I'm gonna write it down really quick. Old servant, or just servant of duty for now, makes mold copy of master keys that do not work. They steal Cannon's keys upon murdering him and replace them with the fake master keys that do not work. They do not count as actual master keys. So there are still only 5 master keys. Right? That's my blue theory. And I keep talking about the servant of duty because we gotta go back. Give me a second. We gotta go back to the portrait of Cannon at another place. Give me a second. Go, I don't know, to page 1. Here we go. Why are you blue? Listen, it's the blue theory. Okay. So, here. Look. There are multiple other servants with the on character and the pseudonyms that we don't care about the character. E and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day. So there are other servants who just happen to not be on duty. Right? So this isn't like a reach. I'm not reaching for like an unknown person, an unknown servant. No. The game itself states there are multiple other servants. It's just that only Cannon and Shannon are on duty on that fateful day. I'm gonna screenshot that. Here you go. This time we're gonna amplify its size. And surrounded in red. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. So it's not a reach. It is not a reach. The game made a point of telling us. So, with this in mind now, they commit the murder in the chapel, probably Rosa's help, right? I do think Rosa is an accomplice to some degree. They did not help with the murders, but they're definitely helping the murderer unwittingly. Or they're being played by the murderer extremely easily. Like, they've been shown the gold, and the murderer just told them, yeah, start sowing dissension, start sowing whatever. Can you get an error point? Yeah, true. Right, it's not... It has to be clickbait. Thank you. Give me a second. All right. Anyways, the if you consider this, right, all of this, and we go back to all of this, the only master keys are the one held by the servants, one key each. This is said after Callan died. When Callan dies, and I'm gonna add this again. Before Callan died, not all servants had a key. After he died, and his keys got stolen, they all had one key each. Because you know, murderer is a servant. And because when you die, you don't work no more. I think. Alright, this is pretty good. On top of this, right? There's absolutely no type of hidden door. This door is the only way in and out. The only way to lock this door is with the master keys. This all works, right? Everything works. Only one of which is held by each servant. Yeah, window is locked from the outside, from the inside, so that also works. Again, I do think it is possible that the window was used, but this is like a small detail that doesn't matter, right? It's not accounted for. But the easiest way to dispose of the bodies during this thunderstorm, where no one is going outside, is to just open the window. You throw people out, you close back the window. Boom. And all the corpses disappear in like an instant. Which is also why Callan came back covered in mud. When he came back as a zombie. Zombies aren't magic. We've established that. Zombies are just like a virus or something. You know, let's not jump to conclusion. It's not because he was walking around with a gushing wound bleeding all over that he was necessarily, you know, magic. Anyways, no tricks to have the effect of locking the door without using a key, which, you know, works. It does not permit any form of entry. There are no hidden doors, blah, blah, blah. They were not hiding because they were already out there. Right? They did not need to stay inside. Butler is incompetent for constantly thinking that all the master keys were, like, never tested. None of them were ever tested. The servant keys, the servant room keys, we don't care about. All of those we don't care, right? Don't care. Here we go. Entering the those were both locked, indeed. It is impossible to unlock the door without the master key, blah blah blah. No one's hiding. No one in the room that you were not aware of. No method exists by which you could suddenly, etc., etc. Everything fits. Everything fits. I'm pretty sure my theory is like sound and correct. Maybe suddenly, out of nowhere, I'll get a red text telling me, "Oh, you incompetent fool. You stupid moron." And yeah, again, I do think Rosa is in on it. Because she was like shown, I don't know, fucking ingot of gold. Several ingots of gold. And considering that she's like blackmailed. Considering that Rosa is being blackmailed very strongly and suggested it's pretty fucking bad. I can imagine that she's being shown like a couple of ingots. And then she just goes, yeah, sure. Sure, why not? Okay, I'll do it. Whatever you ask me to do. Whatever you ask me to do, man. You want me to use the keys from Maria's bag? Sure. You want me to pretend you did a magic trick that impresses everyone? That only I saw. The only single person who saw that magic trick was Rosa. Because Maria had her eyes closed. Battler was also there in the viewing gallery, and just Beatrice did this to wow him. Anyways, they all met inside the chapel together and all admitted that the witch was real, right, in the chapel together. And then she just told Rosa to, grab the gun and act as paranoid as possible and separate everyone, right? Which is what she's doing right now. She separated everyone. She left the perfect sacrifices. Everything is set up for her to be safe. At no point in time is the murderer going to have any hard time completing the ceremony now, because the only person with a gun is the one working on their side. And that's it. To me, all this. That's episode 2 solved. For now. Because there are other murders incoming. But I think I got the major idea here. I think I got the major idea. Okay, let's get into it. It took a bit to explain everything. Probably like 15 minutes. But I did want to go over all my theories. Because very soon, I'm gonna get all the answers to my questions. And I think I'm gonna keep going until we finish. Right? Until we finish Umineko episode 2. Do it all at once. Okay. I can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth? They probably told him about canon zombies with the fucking blade from the fucking gods, whatever. Yes, we've told you everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again. And the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. George, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grew less and less sure what it was I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it. Wait. Give me a second. And I'm sure I got into a fight too. And yet, I almost feel like it was all an illusion. If I remember correctly, didn't he pull out a light blade too?
Like, it's not just having a hole in his stomach. He pulled out a giant light blade. I see. That's why you couldn't go into the details in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you've just told me, you'd probably be in even more trouble. The stream is sponsored. Hi, Safik! It's been a while! Hi! What's up? How are you doing? Yeah, Genji-san really did handle that one, supposedly. Been busy. Fair enough, fair enough. I forgot to upload the last 2 VODs. I'm gonna upload them right after this. And then I'm gonna, like, probably take a small break from Umineko episode 1 and 2. Just to, like, you know, prepare for episode 3. Anyways. Yeah, Genji-san really did handle that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself. Jules had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural. Without love, it cannot be seen. Because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. You said that when you thought Kenan was an imposter, you picked up some spider webs and came back, right? Why did you do that? That's right. I was thinking about that as well. Why spider webs? I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago, evil spirits lived on Rokijima, and they, feared spider webs. They say there's a legend that people treasured spider webs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused. When it comes to these whole stories, Kumasawa is very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs after all. They're not bugs, right? They're not. They're arthropods, right? I know there's some nerd out there that will get upset at George. Pretty sure. Yes, it wouldn't be at all strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Torii shrine was suppressing the power of these evil spirits. Because the spirit mirror is broken, that power came back. That power must be what allowed Beatrice to revive. Who fell? I don't believe George would say that. Yet another reason to hate George. That power must be what if I freak out as I am, Adam done some outrageous thing. We didn't get to hear it, so I have to emulate it. Honestly, when I first saw George, I thought it was going to be like the cliche nerd guy who turns out to be like a fucking sexual abuser or something like that. I genuinely thought he was going to turn out to be the most despicable person ever, right? Because he looked like the kind of guy that the writer would write to be the most piece of shit person ever, right? It just looks like that. But no, it just turns out to be like a very socially awkward nerd who's very wrong about a lot of things, but just he means nicely, right? He's wrong and stupid, but he means nicely. Although I still can't forgive him for what he did to Maria in episode 1. I'm not forgiving him for that. That cowardice disguised as compassion for Maria is something that just... I cannot stop hating him because of that. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl, associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii shrine was taking it a bit far, but it laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine would never change the fate of our meeting, and it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I read the story of a spirit called Beatrice from several workers. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous. But since it would appear indiscreet to say anything out loud, outwardly, I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? He existed. Beatrice was in this mansion all along. But she lost the powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She did exist all this time. Just that we couldn't see her. And I'd like to hear Genji-san's opinion. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time, there were 5 of us in that room. Yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. The calculations are not correct here, Genji. Genji! The calculations don't add up, Genji! Genji! It doesn't add up! Then I thought that Kennen had returned through the back door. Oh, in this room. Okay. I thought he was talking about like in this room right during the murder thing. And I thought that Kennen had returned through the back door. After that, we carried him to the servant room. Something happened, and now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who didn't witness those events, such as yourself. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Kennen, but it got up from the bed. And that's right, when he started to grope about that wound in his chest in that manner. Yeah, well, that was a bit disgusting. I felt sure it wasn't Kennen, but something else. Every fucking time I'll see that face. Oh my god. Every time I see that face, dude. I thought you'd be able to understand, George. The terror of that moment, when the person I thought I knew will expose that it was in fact someone else entirely. Can't explain. I think this entire mystery would be solved a lot faster if people took each other at face value. In that case, that would mean magic does exist and Beatrice did it. Pathetic. If we took everything at face value, then Beatrice is a murderer and she used magic to kill everyone. Like Sapphic, are you actually telling me that this whole fucking sequence right there, this whole sequence with the fucking goat man from L and Cannon with red blades fighting together at light speed inside the room, along with fucking sexual stakes coming up from somewhere and then stabbing people and turning into actual ice picks? Are you telling me that was real? Are you looking at me and telling me that was real, Sapphic? Yeah, but it wasn't magic. Why did I not consider that? Maybe this is all technology. Maybe humans built this. It's on the screen, man. True. Yeah, if it's in front of us, that means it's real. Right? If we see a magic trick, if we can't explain it, that means it's real. It's actual magic. If you can't explain it, it's real. It's magic. There's no way there's a trick. You saw it, right? We both saw it, and we can't explain it. So it's magic. I can't explain to you how a computer works. I know there's a bunch of like ritual circles inscribed on a giant board inside my room, right? And somehow that transmits image and sound to me. That's magic. That's magic.
Anyways, let's move on. I don't know why. I genuinely thought I was cooking, by the way. When I did notice white butterflies, I genuinely thought I was cooking. I can't explain it at all. You sound far away, because I am. Here we go. I happened, I saw it. It had real consequences, but it wasn't magic. I would like to think that it's not magic, but like until it's addressed directly in the story, right? I can't form my own conclusions on it. You can't genuinely ask me whether or not the light blades from heaven are actually magic or not if we don't have more details on it. It's that easy. I mean, isn't that the entire point of like the game? You're doing the exact same thing Battler is doing. Beatrice right now is torturing Battler just because he said that. But this entire episode 2 and episode 3 and episode 4, etc. But literally just like replays of what happened, but more gore. Solely to like torture Battler himself. Because Battler dared saying what you just said, Safik. Because you dared to say that you saw everything, but it's not magic. It's all elaborate trick of life. True, it's just like spotlights in the air that are just like, you know, broadened really fast. There's a green screen in the background and we just don't see it. Anyway. I'll explain. No! Wait! It's aliens! It's not magic if it's aliens. It's alien tech. That's what it is. It's aliens. Umineko. As if the problem solved. Aliens did it. Okay, let's move on. Now we know. I can't explain it at all. It's futuristic hologram technology. Okay, you say this, but I do want to point out, right? I do want to point out that this is not very chronistic. This is a rather anachronistic series. Let's make sure to point it out. Okay, where were we? We were right here. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying, no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything. The witch who whispered these things to you, these are powers that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about, oh, she couldn't release that power, as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. When, as we say, the witch was struck by lightning and disappeared. She must have sunk to the bottom of the ocean. And it's something they established at like the very start of episode 1. God damn. That just came up again. Well, without picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again. What have I done? Sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Yeah. You're a moron, dude. He didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, Trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart.
そういえば、
Come to think of
そ
it,
の鳥居
though
に
it's
あっ
surely
たもの
different
とは
from the one
違
in
う
the
でしょう
Tory.
が、ホーク様が
I have heard that Madame keeps
お
a
守り
spirit
として
mirror as a
霊鏡をお
charm.
持ちになっていると聞いたことがあります。
Which Madame? Are you talking about Natsui? Really?
夏日おばさん
On Natsui?
はい。
Yes.
おじい様
I
の形
believe
見
she
がつか
received
何
it
か
as
で
a
もらったも
memento
の
from
だ
her
そうで、
grandfather or something,
とても強い
and that it
魔除けの
functioned as a
力を
powerful
持つ
ward against
由
magic.
緒正しい。
Okay. I might revise my reading of episode 1. The only reason I thought Jessica was involved in the murder is because of the charm on the door that apparently made the witch scratch the door and put blood on it, right? And because the only person to have known that Netsui had the charm was Jessica, it meant that Jessica must have told somebody, the killer, that the charm was not belonging to Natsui, right? So that way the killer could pretend to be a witch by putting blood and scratches on the door. So, now that I read this, what if she had the mirror in a room and the person was saying this? Like the murderer scratched the door because of the mirror, not because of the charm, just because of the mirror. What if? I think it's worth adding. I think it's worth adding. Give me a second. Here we go. Okay, zoom in. All right. Here we go. Jessica's honor has been cleared. Jessica's honor has been cleared. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. Jessica stand number one. She was never wrong. Never. Okay. Anyways.
霊鏡だとかな
A
んとか
spirit mirror, if I could agree, I think. Awesome, Jeff. I love it. I love that shit. It's great. It's fantastic. God. Jessica is cool. I have also heard the same story. Something about the mirror, having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. Yeah, so Jessica never had to be an accomplice then. That was a red herring. That was an entirely red herring. About, oh, you know, the charm from Jessica protected Natsui. No, it wasn't. It was a mirror, something that is like known. If all the servants heard about it, if Goda, who like barely arrived, heard about it, then you can be sure that like every other fucking servant knows that Natsui possesses a mirror that has the power to reflect bad. The charm was a red herring. My girl, Jessica, free from any guilt. Bestie is no longer the murderer. Holy shit. Hell yeah. Let's go, Jessica. Alright. lightning accompanying my statement. This is all cool, Jessica is. If we had that spirit mirror, could we resist Beatrice, since she's a witch? Uh-huh. Was it one of the servants, or was it someone the servants told about the mirror? I assume in the first episode, the victim is the killer is Rosa. Also, just really quick, because I just noticed, it turns out that sadly Shannon is cringe. Everything makes sense if it's Rosa in the first episode. The Shrine and the Torii, where it was kept and are gone now. The important thing is that there's still another spirit mirror. Obviously, I think it's possible that it's a 19th person, but I'm pretty sure episode 1 made a point of keeping it to 18 persons, right? It made a point of that. Anyways, I heard that Natsui's family is descended from Shinto priests. Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I'm sure, but Madame says she keeps it in the treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is the problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant looking thing. If our opponent is a cult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. Sitting around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. Yeah, you are absolutely not safe, dude. You are in so much danger right now. Of course, it didn't mean George had accepted the witch. Well, okay, yeah, thank God. The fact that my goat battler actually gave up is so sad. The fact that George is the only one who still doesn't believe in the witch. It's kind of changing my mind on him. However, he thought it would be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. Like right now, he believes in the witch, believes, doesn't. He is the only based one. Wait. Didn't we have another letter here? Yeah. Anyways, so the story about Natsui's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like, let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it would be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her. Maya told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go. Who on Natsui's room? But I think Madame Jung is locked. Oh, right, they all lost their keys. We returned the master keys to Rosa. And even the key box in the sermon room is now locked away. In that case, Natsui should have had a key on a person. Natsui's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police come, but we can give a full explanation later. Honestly, that is such a wild and deranged move, right? That is such a stupid move. That it honestly is smart. Because there's no fucking way that it's like near omniscient murderer is going to be able to plan George saying, let's search the entrails of Natsui. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. I gotta say, can't you break a single glass window with your strength? You smash it with a nearby rock. But would it really be okay to break the window of that important chapel? When grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Shiromiya family today. I've got to get them to accept my engagement to you. So, I've been prepared from the start. That family is dead! Yeah, they're all dumbasses. Why do they give a shit?
When you're all dead.
そして
Let's break the glass, and let's bury the key from Natsui's corpse. George's announcement that he would take responsibility seems to have given the servants a great deal of courage. They then GOATED looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he understands if it's the power of one Natsui's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame Mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know, but I think it's worth trying. So let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Quickly! Shannon, get a flashlight. Find something that looks like it can break the glass. Alright, Genji, can you be on umbrella duty? Isn't Genji like a fucking fighter? Like, we already established the guy handles knives like on the regular. Right? I still distinctly remember that line, wait. Right? Right here. Right here. The guy is a trained killer. Why are you leaving him on fucking umbrella, dude? Yes, sir! The servants, who had been rejected by Rosa, gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon shook the emergency flashlight. Just in case, she changed the batteries. GOATED was tasting several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purpose. But now, he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one that had accepted him as his master. He can use the umbrella as like a sword notice. True! It's like the, Ruby, right? It's an umbrella, but it's also a gun. Umbrella gun. To some worrying, he took a large, thick-filling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand, set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. Genji, I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me, as yet servant of the Ishimiya family, if you were all gone when an order is given. But Genji-san! Even you must understand how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion now. I cannot go. I must remain here, so that the master can call for me at any time. Genji-sama. Go and obey George-sama. Be careful not to make any blunders. GOATED, I am counting on you to set an example. Yeah, yes. Leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. You're sure about this, right, Genji-san? Yes. I am already at this age. All the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owe the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the result will be with my own eyes. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying that he didn't intend to discuss this anymore. His gaze fell to the chessboard that he played ninja on. When George saw this, he decided to leave Genji there. I gotta say, Genji is definitely one of the coolest characters. I need to do a top 10. I need to sort them into a tier list when this is over. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and GOATED chased after him, each holding a tool. He's so cool, he's setting himself up to die off screen. Yes, but that way we don't get to see, like, you know, an embarrassing death after we flood the room. Genji quickly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. 3 viewers, hell yeah! He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold.
From inside the nice tale set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly. I sailed silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off. I was trying to secretly chase after them. It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly, flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. Hell yeah! After the gold butterfly bit his wing several times, looking it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and it appeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at the chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon, but no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He should flip the flip the chessboard around, play like Ninja would. Ninja would advance his king right towards me. I win. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about. But that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with a tumbling roulette ball. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person approaching would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, he continued to hold onto her gun. Going over all the pieces. That's what Nandra would do. Honestly, I don't know why, but after dying, his intellect kind of dipped. He's not as good anymore. I guess I win. I'll take the win. I didn't know what was what anymore, and even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria, as she wanted. Maya had said it. Beatrice was telling us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold, so we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue in where to start in this weird text. I didn't doubt there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I would be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, there were lines going from the first to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the golden land. The first twilight, okay. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders, and just Kankin's murder. It was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. No, 3, dumbass. Yeah. The 6th, gouge, stomach, knee, and leg. Nanjiro and Kumasawa's corpses still haven't been found. However, if this follows the pattern, and there's the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state, with their heads and chests gouged. So, can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg, and killed? Chess championship encounters beats our problem. Death. Who would it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I didn't feel frightened. As I leaned against the sofa with the top part of my body, gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough.
Nah, Maria.
Hey, Maria. What was it again that Beatrice said she would do if we solved this? Which is the witch wrote in a letter that she'd give up on collecting interest for something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it will all be wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Beto's ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die. Really? Isn't that rule just something she made up? Whoever solved this riddle will probably learn the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it and... she won't go after it. How can you be so sure? The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers. Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that. Did she even set up this game-like thing? Risk is essential for magic. Risk? I don't really know what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think the medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. So, what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposefully giving us a chance.
違うそれがね魔法というものなのどんな大きな魔法にも絶対にリスクや弱点があるの
Oh. Wrong! I accidentally muted myself. That's how magic works! No matter how great a work of magic is, it will always have risks and weak points. No, it must have them. I don't get the stuff you call magic, but if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand it a little. If you aren't prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. But you always win big. It's like, that's what gambling does. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. That's right! And Beto really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone. So if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful, even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful, no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, we'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us, life, the witch, and the ceremony too. If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise our hand and cry, "I got it!" Tell the witch her answer and see what she says? I don't know about that. But if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. You learn all of that from Beatrice? Ooh. So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least, when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust to chance, like in gambling. That's right, there's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And what did Beatrice call this? I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. And yet this person called Beatrice had created such an outrageous crime. Or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. So by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, we can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proved that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions to her defeat? No matter where I spin this chessboard around, I think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand what she would give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us all, she could have done it quietly, without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. 90% of chessboard spinners give up before they finally find a solution. I honestly, like, okay, I'm pointing it out right before I found a possible solution. Yesterday, right before I found a possible solution, I was like seconds away from giving up. I genuinely, if I didn't have some sudden out of the box thinking, and I just realized, you know, it never would have worked. I've got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything? As long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be struck before I even lie down to pieces? If she really is a witch and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and Discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should all have gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, we might have been able to grasp at least the thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices, one by one, without gathering the knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, because they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a thinking technique where you project yourself on your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I look lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. Really? No. What? No. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was... I thought it was going to say was a criminal. Was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone, and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was thought separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often, when she copied one of the siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True, Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive. But that means those words were all showered upon her. Which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. That doesn't justify it. The many abusive words that she'd spoken were also words that she'd been showered with in the past. Now that I think about it, about the feeling that her style of speech sometimes has traces of Uncle Cross or Aunt Eva in it. I understood it as them being similar because they were siblings. But maybe it wasn't just that. For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, whom I'd always assumed was just quiet and gentle. Then, what about Maria? Maria has been making a certain claim for a while now. Can solve the riddles of which displayed to us. The ceremony will be altered, and will definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. I'm realizing, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm realizing this story is like, when people talked about, oh, Ryukishi is like a strong feminist, the more I play, the more I'm noticing that. Like, every single time, like, so far, they've addressed a lot of issues that women deal with. Like, the main focus so far were Natsui, Jessica, Shannon,
and what's her name? Rosa. And Maya too. Battler too, but like Battler is also the main character, so it makes sense. Like all the you know, you get what I mean. There's a lot of focus on women in this series. The cycle of abuse, a classic on planet Earth. Yeah, clearly. But this is Maya we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises. She has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maya's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the golden land. When you do, the ceremony will end. Then more people will die. I think it's an important one to note down. Right there. For later on, so I can point it out. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules. I will deny that I am brutal and unjust and a monster. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I am a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all the crazy stuff you've done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules? I do play tricks, of course. I also deceive people. I'm no different from humans in that regard. But not once have I disregarded the promise I've spoken. What about humans? Do you always keep your promises? Since we have catchphrases like, keep your promises. I thought to imagine that we always follow them properly. From my perspective, humans are truly selfish monsters. There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made to grant a single foolish wish. If there's even a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like, increase the number of witches to 100, or go turn yourself into a bean. Is that breaking the promise? I don't think that's breaking the promise. In fact, I think it's the exact same shit you've been doing. Like, oh, you wished for love? Oh, Shannon, oh cute, you wish for love with your loved one. You didn't say the love would last forever. Your love will crash and burn and you will die. Like, fuck off. Don't say this, Beatrice. You're lying here. You do the same. Oh, fuck. Okay. There's this thing Dad always says. He says there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's making a killing for advice. Imagine it! When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere, and so they learn it. Beatrice. I bet you, there is art somewhere of Beatrice as a bean. And if there isn't, I need to see it. Give me a second, I'm gonna remove a key from my keyboard so I stop pressing it by accident. Key removed. Here we go. I kept accidentally pressing it like all the time. Now I can't press it. Yes, the crimes of the human world, where people must press up against each other. Let me see. I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh well, I'm not as heartless as you think, you see. Cackle, cackle.
Liar! You killed so many people, and you did it in such horrible ways too. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises? Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you, ever. I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me? Cackle. Perhaps. 1,000 years is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance. Yes, I can accept what terrifying Lady Byrne is. Damn you, babbling on about this incomprehensible stuff. Didn't they bring up, oh, like, Beatrice's magic is like infinite looping torture? And Lady Byrne is just like infinity itself. Where just nothing, everything goes on forever. Something like that, right? I remember them talking about their powers. And oh, in some ways, while Beatrice's power was like weaker, because, you know, the other one is the bestest of witch. Despite being weaker, Beatrice, her power is more like fearful than anything. Father, I turned myself into a bean. Whoa, I won't believe it. There's no way for someone to become a bean. dude, I need someone to draw that. I have a friend I can ask. I need them to draw that. Like, I need them to. This is so important. Let's quickly get back to this eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Based. My goat is not washed anymore. God damn. Cackle. Good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Especially not after a single game. Come on. Don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory. But the opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax. The first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round. During which they get serious and shower their opponents with blows, right? I don't get what that means. Yeah. Is he talking about video games? No, that could apply to a lot of different games. Never mind. Because, like, that would be highly anachronistic. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully make you age. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time. So don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Cackle. That's a lot of cackling. Beatrice would be a killer bean for sure. Oh, I can do the same sound. Listen. It's the same exact sound every time. No, never mind, wait. It's played at different pitches. See? No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Seven-san, please get the key. Okay, wait, while we're switching scenes, I want to point out that I'm starting to believe, right? With the game slowly starting to be meta, I'm half expecting this, right? I'm half expecting it to turn out to be, what's the word? Meta, right? And like in the interface is where you'll find the solution.
So it would be fun. It would actually be fun if I had to like actually find the solution meta-wise by digging through the menus and like solving something unrelated to the gameplay. That would be fun. That's all I'll say. I'll truly sympathize. Shannon, please get the key.
お亡くなりになられ
Even
た
though she's
とはいえ
dead, Madam is the lady.
私には
I
触れる
cannot
ことが
touch her.
できません。
はい。
Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George Godaf Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they searched for another way in just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip through, it only became more obvious that the chapel was a mysterious closed room. We already solved that one though. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Gora, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now, that half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her. But now, she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skills, he'd gotten dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets. Before Natsui gave him a new life. Oh, we're getting some Goda lore! Wait. Oh, I'm actually interested. Give me some Goda lore. I like him. So it had just been a casual employment decision for Natsui. Goda must have thought it was a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsui. Didn't they say that like Natsui and Cross picked him up while at a resort? It wasn't on the street, it was just like at a resort. Oh no, it's because like there was a resort that closed and they just hired him right after it closed. Right. That was what it was. So he probably didn't want to lose that feeling, even after her death. I should grab a few candies. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsui and the rest had changed completely. Small buck sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. It really wasn't something you want to look at directly. Madam, excuse me. Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which bucket Natsui kept the key to her room in. It would probably be this bucket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the bucket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here! The key to Madame's room! Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting. They told her. Guys! She's right behind me, isn't she? Okay, no, I gotta. Maybe that's not what's gonna happen, but like, I gotta. I gotta. I'll just write it. Here we go. We up the size. I guess I'm gonna put it in green. No, red work. Put it gold because it looks better. Then we lower the size because it's way too big. But like, I don't know. 70. And then we draw a little emoji that fits. I'll do it yellow because it's an emoji. Here we go.
Okay. I'm drawing my favorite emoji, by the way. That one I love. It's this one, right? With the light blue. Like, to mean like he's anxious. Here we go. Then... No! Not like this. Don't do this to me. Here we go. I'll finish my masterpiece very soon. Wait. Oh yeah, well that works. I'm gonna draw like sweat drops too. That's not in the emoji, but... Here we go. Oh, and yeah, we need to add her hair. Obviously. What color is her hair? I don't remember. Yeah, it's the emoji. That's the emoji you posted as an F. That's the one. Retro reference. Wait. Our hair should be around here. Right. It covers the sweat drops. It shouldn't cover the sweat drops. And then, obviously, we get a small Beatrice right behind her. Flip horizontal, precise, at like size 50. This is perfect. I think this is perfect. No, it isn't. It isn't because the still needs the it still needs her to like bring a knife down, right? Here we go. And we're gonna make it a bloody knife with blood red. Right? Perfect. What is Genji's Beatrice? That would make sense. That's why he was left alone. That would explain everything. That would explain all of it. I think that's like another masterpiece. That's another masterclass I just made right there. Okay, let's move on. Alright. So is Beatrice behind her? I fucking knew it! I felt the shit and I didn't notice. Judging good at watching from afar, I noticed it first. Uh-oh! When Shannon held the key up high, a blade of gold leaf had zipped up from around the table. They were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. But Godard already knew. He knew that those gold butterflies were far from beautiful, that they would bring about some kind of misfortune. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Yeah! Shannon also realized the gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. She did. The gold butterflies then surrounded her all at once. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Sharon! Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? Outside, quickly! You bastards! Damn it, damn it! Those went good. I rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies. And while the butterflies were scattered,
They ran down towards the broken window. However, then he did a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. At this point, who the fuck cares? Right? I stepped on glass. It penetrated my feet by like 2 centimeters. I could still walk for like a good 50 meters. At this point, who the fuck cares? Just run. Like, your legs are meant to take the brunt of damage. Like, you're meant. Your legs are strong for a reason. Just fucking step on the glass. Genuinely, it won't hurt you as much as dying will. I'm telling you this. You need to understand it, dude. Vera didn't have enough time to prepare for that. Now it was done. Let's go up through the door. It's not time to look for a footing. It won't open. It's stuck. Give it to me. Damn this piece of crap. Georgie-sama, quickly. Don't take me lightly. They do need 3 more people to die to complete the ceremony. Goda took off his jacket, swinging it around and scattering the group of butterflies. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. His face showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle, or there's some trick to it. George-sama! Damn it! You monsters! Is my voice acting good, by the way? Do you feel the tension in my voice? Like, is it as tense for you as it is for me? At that moment, Goda saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. On top of the party table. No. With the stained glass behind it. Laughing. Was a figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, while with the gold butterflies floating about at the ready. Beatrice! Would have been Goda's first meeting with her, but he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly, the witch of the portrait herself. Cackle. Almost time for dinner. Is it not? I am the host of this mansion now, so I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. Look, we even have 3 people, fit to order, exactly. My, oh truly convenient. Wow! They managed to open it. It's open! Goda, quickly! Beatrice-sama. Sure, it's a good idea to just stand there. If you think this place will make fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guests. Cackle. I must praise the Sphinx for wanting to stay by your former master's side and serve them even after their death. The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch birth. World Dominator. Is that the name of the music? Every time they go into the chapel, someone dies. Here it makes sense, so... Like, that was their only lead. Okay, let's make it clear. If they did nothing, they would have died either way. They were locked in a room. No, they weren't even locked. They were in an unlocked room with little defense. They would have died anyways. Like, at this point, it was just better trying something instead of nothing. It was like an evil hand that literally spread its finger and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here! George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to her senses. Standing here, now, making like frogs, getting stared down by a Frenchman. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order in which Shokajima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out the umbrella. Thank you for pointing it out. Thank you for pointing it out. I wasn't certain they would pull it out. The 3 of them dashed out into the pouring rain.
The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around. The goat butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well, and this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from their golden pursuers. Okay. I think I'm gonna... Maybe later on this will be relevant. Right? Because we still don't know what the fuck the gold butterflies are. So I think noting down that we can't handle the rain will probably explain what they could be, right? So give me a second. Okay, and we're gonna lower it by like 70. And we're gonna draw the gold butterflies. Here we go. Oopsie. I think I'm gonna draw it like I know it's not gold, but it's more clear what I drew. I do this. And it's important to be able to recognize it at a glance later on. Yeah. Magic's one weakness is the rain. Indeed. Welcome, Stanley Comics. This is pretty accurate so far. This makes sense. It means that if you stand outside, you're more likely to survive. I don't think so. Okay, it's important to realize too, right? Like, I know that's the obvious claim that you could just hide in the rain in the forest to survive the mansion, right? But you gotta remember that this is October. The temperature, while it's not raining, is probably like 15 degrees. In the fucking typhoon, they would die of frost within seconds. They don't have the gear to survive. Thank you for the follow, Stanley Comics. Appreciate it. Please, Blood Rain, just stop it up. They don't have the gear. They wouldn't need like podcasts, but we would need bedroll or something. Like, they would die of hypothermia before the night ends. Again, this is not just a light rain, a light drizzle. It's a goddamn typhoon with wind everywhere. However, when the seagulls cry, none will be left alive. Okay, but... Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would brave the rain. Maybe at this point, right? Like, if at this point I was with them, running from them, stars of gold butterflies, struggle with the rain, I'd probably like do a big fuck you and run off into the forest. Then get eaten by wolves. That's more preferable than whatever the fuck is going on. It's implied Beatrice summoned the storm. It doesn't feel like... I don't see the implication. I feel like it's just a coincidence, right? A lot of her magic is based on gamble and coincidence. So I think the rain just happen, right? It's a big gamble for like for it to be a thing in the first place. I don't know, I think it makes sense to consider it like this. Okay. Cackle, 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 cackle. Oh, nice, oh, nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsui's favorite gentle incense remained in there. Rip Natsui, big up to you. However, there was no time to let that calm them down. Where is it? You said it wasn't a treasure box, right? It's right there, dumbass. It's right there. It's behind you. Look. There's the mirror. George. I never heard exactly where it was. I think it will probably be in her dresser or next to the bed. Shannon's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that. But next to the bed, there was only an instance burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant. There's a locket right there, dude. It's in plain sight. Was elegant and had many drawers, and would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables in there. I got one here. Hi, Sukara. Is the donut burnt? How long has it been there? Natsui, sorry. He began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps, but he had the feeling that the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. Honestly, right? If I was her, and I had a swarm of butterflies, a billion butterflies, like she does, I wouldn't walk, right? I would like get enough butterflies to act as a solid platform for me to stand on, right? Most of the butterflies that I'm standing on would die, but the other butterflies would carry their weight and allow me to, like, you know, fly above the ground, right? And then go on to my victims while flying on my butterflies. I think that would be cool. And I hope that's what she's doing, because that would be great. The good donut, I think I only bought it a few days ago. A few days ago is a bit much for one donut. Anyways, he emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel a little dizzy. Maybe it's in this box. It's locked and I can't open it. Smash it to the ground. Maybe it will open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as two very small objects were inside. It's also broken. It was locked and didn't open. Normally, you'd have the key somewhere nearby. Just some normal people would always carry it on their person. I don't know. Playing on my butterfly copper into the rain, falling flat on my ass as the rain hits them. Okay, but no, that's not true. Like, your body is protecting them from the rain. She just turns into a bunch of butterflies. I don't believe it. Magic doesn't exist. He doesn't turn into a bunch of butterflies. It's all like optic flares, optic lenses. It's like, you know, there's like a camera crew on site. And they've got like big projectors with butterfly cutouts on it, right? And they just shine them around to scare people. And somehow none of them have noticed the entire crew of people working with her. Magic doesn't exist, it can all be explained. There's no choice, break it! But you can't do it with force, right? We might break the mirror inside. Could there be a tool to pry it open? Damn it! Could there be a tool? What are they gonna invent? But I looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that we could use. He's just with 3D mapping visual out there. Ew, everything's an hologram. It was already brought up anyways. The 1980s hologram technology, it already existed back then. No, it didn't. And he noticed the door, which had been left open ever since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it, and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all! Oh my god, the twist! The twist! George-sama! Hurry! Godad's voice trailed off. It was a shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. It was a servant, so he knew all the servants working for the Ishiramiya family. But he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants, not servants working for Ishiramiya Kinzo or Ishiramiya Cross. Oh, the Groot Man!
His new servants worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice. That would be how, right? Wait. Wait. Give me a second. Right, okay. So I think this is what happens, okay? I know, it might seem weird to have like goat-faced, you know, monsters. But I think this is what's happening. Give me a second. This is what's happening here. This is what they're doing with the technology they're using. Those are the servants right now, right? Honestly, if I saw that procession of servants running at me, right? If I saw this running at me with blades, I think I would shit myself too. I really think I would shit myself. Like, tell me this is not terrifying, right? This is something from beyond this world. I'll tell you what. Okay, back to the game. I looked away for a minute. It's just a procession of goat-headed servants. 50-year-old dogs go for theory. Hey, give me a second. Alright, give me a second. Lowers the size a bit. And obviously, I gotta take this, right? This comment I am stealing. Perfect. This is perfect. Best Umineko theory crafting I've seen so far. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of my theory crafting. I'm pretty proud of it. Not many people who have the same thinking as I will tell you what. Alright, back to it. Anyway. These new servants who works for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice, had good heads and bright red boiled eyes of lava. Holy shit! And that she turned into a dog man! The new master laughed loudly and Trini directed 6 of the new servants. He saw them approach, facing the darkness as they came. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Because I hurriedly closed the door and locked it. You know what? Fair reaction. You would expect him to just like stand there slack-jawed, yelling about her. He just slams the fucking door. Whatever, just as he locked it, it returned to normal. Just at a spring or something and knocked it back. Good, for sure. I like Goda, he's cool. He's silly. You gotta be fucking kidding me with that sound effect. It gives the illusion that some prank savvy on the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. They couldn't have reached the other side of the door yet. So who was doing it and how? It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click boing. Wow! It will lock!
閉めても
Even if I lock it, it unlocks! What's going on? Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! You think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room called back that room's new master? It was like the witch could see Godad's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continued to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard, Godad gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. They're just gonna stab a blade through the door. You'll see. Joe-sama, quickly! Quickly!
ジョージ様、これはどう
Joe,
でしょう。
what about this? Leather opener? Better, let me have it! The fountain pen isn't working. Yeah, they were trying everything, goddamn. Fucking fountain pen, okay. There. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. It looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly! Venom saves the day. Who could have thought that waifu bait would be useful? Who could have thought? She's redeemed herself a lot in this episode, I gotta say. The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Good, I screamed. This wasn't a war cry during a test of strength. Tell her the truth. Let's not go that far, Stanley. Let's not go that far. I won't fall for the waifu bait. I am above such silly things. I recognize the true goats, right? No, not this. I recognize the true goats. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'll be saying. Anyways, he was terrified. He was simply terrified that nothing but a single wooden door was stopping him from touching something out of this world. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly. Jessica is like one of the goats, but the true goat, the real goat, this guy. This guy is the goat. Because they were on the other side of the door, so if you were to touch them directly, Godad's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Why is this funny? It's just a fucking sudden like harm coming out of nowhere. Okay, I gotta repair this injustice. Like, Goda, you're being very rude, Goda. Give me a second. I know what I must do. Okay. Right, I want him to shake hands. Like this, right? They're besties. Then I just advance this, right? I copy paste this a couple times. Here we go. That's how you do photo montage, by the way. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. And obviously the finishing touch. He is happy about this. No, I think red is a better color. Right? Here we go. This is perfect. He's found himself a new best friend. He has found himself a new best friend. And I'm gonna put it up there with all the magic bullshit. Reduce it to like 50. There we go. Joke over that. It's true. Yeah, make it red because it's true. Yeah, you can do it. It's bomb. That's what I ended up doing. You're right. Better has true riz. It depends on the version, right? It depends on the version. In this version, it does have like massive unspoken riz. But in other versions of the game, this is not the case anymore. Alright. Good, I couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. Coming through the door. An arm was leaping straight through the door. Through the wood like it was water. After doing this was the most natural thing in the world. And he rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. It cleaned up his arm to his chest and then up to his chin. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. He could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. It wasn't coming from the witch, but it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact that it came from someone not of this world. Giggle, giggle. Beelzebub. Aye. Yeah, wait, we gotta add her to the collection. We have to add her to the collection. We're making a collection of all the witches. One by one, we're getting all of them. There we go. And we're gonna put her right there, right? So we know who is giving a fist bump to him. Hey, come on. Yeah, they're all the Pokemons. That's true. So cute! Hey, you see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes. Let me know when it's over, okay? Thanks! It's over already, isn't it? Giggle, giggle. That sound effect always sounds like there's a fucking metal pot clanging down a bunch of stairs. Don't take it seriously. That lockdown burst, and there is a sound of something jumping around the room at incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small, like steel, or maybe a beetle. When it buried itself right in the center of Guda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something that could stake with a strange design on it. Metal pipe sound effect. Guda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. This is all fake, by the way. The good attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of gold leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Oh shit! Shannon! The roulette has chosen you and George! Thank me for your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for, and then being killed before spending your first night together?
Hardly counts as regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you woman's joy, right? Ooh, yeah. Ah, no, Shannon, you're dribbling, see? Your regret is dripping down from your mouth. I can see it dripping down from your mouth, Shannon. I gotta say, alright, massive props to the Japanese voice actors, because this Beatrice is popping off. Crack. It was the sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessory charms, a very small object that Natsu had treasured when she was a girl, fell out. And no mirror. Thinking that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it! This is it! So close and yet so far. Keckle. Die! Damn it! All at once, the gold butterfly attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Oh shit! Sorry I'm late. You clearly are, Slav. You arrived in the middle of a magic fight. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of gold butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle, with Shannon at the center. So, the resulting scene looked truly divine. Almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George was curled in a ball, trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies. Didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him. I'm sorry. How can you take this seriously when, like, purposefully the middle of the frame is giant fucking massive boobs? Like, come on, dude. Woke up at 9 PM, dude. You, good luck on that one. You're gonna have a hangover like never before. Just, like, come on. Still, the goat. The goat! I'm not saying otherwise, she is a goat here, but she's more of a goat than the actual goats. Get to the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before. You had forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture, and you've matured much more than Canon. How could you do that to Canon? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains? Even try to disgrace his honor? Now, Shannon? Is that why you're mad? Whip saying they're not even that big. Like, come on, man. It's like 30,000 kilos. Those are massive. Like, imagine the back pain. Because Canon hasn't been around, just let me know. I'll let you see him whenever you like. But wait. No, I'll do it later. I've seen it, Stanley. I've seen this Passion cosplay for... It's like double the size as this, right? Ah, Canon! When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goats attendants glittered gold and changed to Canon. Fitting. It was definitely a sight to make one doubt their eyes. It was definitely Canon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Canon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the order of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servant room. Are you enjoying this? Yes, I am! It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. Oh, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again. Oh, Cannon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. Cackle, 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 cackle. It's Dark Cannon arc. Yeah, I right about to point out. This is not the same color. This is not the same blade. You plan to tear Shannon apart with that. With a single stroke, you would attack Shannon. We still hadn't. I missed it. I still hadn't prepared a heart, and I won't forgive you. Bro, do I look faded? True. I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead not just once, twice. Ain't not babbling. You'll get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. Why is this art style so familiar? A lot of people have made memes on it. The imposter cannon certainly seemed to launch at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. But when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. It's pretty visible. You know that giant red light wall? I would say that's a visible wall. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on his surface. No, it didn't repel him, it smashed him. It knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into little bits, scattering him. Yeah, his sprites are extremely memorable. Again, I do want to point it out, right? I installed the sprites on purpose because I was like, why take the PS5 or the Steam version, right? And why not just take the original? Because the original look funny. But they're just good sprites. They're very memorable, but they're good. It's like two sprites, right? It's just good character design, and even objectively, the art isn't the best. It sticks in your mind, and it's actually pretty good. Like, come on, again, look at this and tell me that just isn't. That looks like the most chill man you'll ever meet, right? You just want to be friends with a guy like this. And this, you just want her. No, not this version, but like the one with the long dress. You just want her to be your wife. Right? And this looks like the grandpa everyone hates. The coloring is made. I don't agree. Without love, it cannot be peak. True. True. I like both of Beatrice's outfits. I don't, because this is not Beatrice. This is not Beatrice. This is a different person. Like, let's make it clear. All of this, because Butler is not present, this is all not canon. I mean, canon is dead, so it's not canon, but you get what I mean. You get what I mean. That foolish kind of furniture, who had taken Cannon's form and even disgraced his honor after death, broke into countless gold butterflies. And then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces, and those pieces were broken into pieces. Until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away. Says Beatrice right there, it's wrong! It's already been wrong. The character portrait has already been wrong. Shannon! It's written from the perspective of Maria, not from the perspective of, like, someone sensible. Maria wrote this. Shannon! George, please don't move from that spot! I don't want to shift the central axis! This you want her to be your wife. You're right, the name isn't in red. Exactly! Well, this It's certainly a surprise. Although your face makes it look as though you wouldn't learn or fly, you can display such power? I see. Well, that spirit mirror is lending you strength, but you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. Cackle, 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 cackle. The spirit mirror George gripped and let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces. But that glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. It's feeling like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet. Natsui's a cleric, clearly. What if she said Kakarot instead of Cackle? That would be peak. That would make the series even more peak. Yes, this is why furniture can be frightening. You furniture! Hey, I'm not furniture! And right now, you seem very pitiful to me. Waifu bait with the comebacks. Goddamn. She says it like a slur. Oh, what did this furniture was unlived even 100 years? You're said to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated. But they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare to speak furniture? Have you forgotten the days when you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. If you sneer and look down on them for that, then you're far inferior to them. It's just using the F slur on Shannon. Especially now, I pity you. How precious is it for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night? It does have meaning, it definitely does, but it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So I no longer have any regrets. George and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted his ring. With that, all eternal vows are completed. No matter how hard you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace us for eternity. Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poet. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crawl around you. The CG does minor changes. What minor changes does it do? China is dabbing on that witch for sure. You still don't understand that at your age? You open her eyes, close her eyes. Oh. Open her eyes. yeah, visual novel is cooking. The visual novel when it does animations. You'll despair the very first time you witness a dark glass, that glassless man behind you. You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless, Shannon! Yes, one level, Sapphic. I cannot imitate such a strong laugh. Yeah, that's enough talk of you, furniture, furniture, furniture! Who the hell do you think you are, talking like that? No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound, in the end, it's a fraud, because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash furniture scrap! I'll turn you into a filthy maggot, and we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you that this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh. Die, you piece of crap! Don't you tell me about love! She looks unfazed. She does not care. She's a femcel. Yeah, no, she is.
Beto is the stem cell for sure. Now that you mention it, the stem cell theory. Okay, wait. I think it's worth putting on the shot. Here you go. Beto. It's Beto. The invisible column of light which shone at the center started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode in on them from all directions. What do you actually think you're resisting? You're insignificant. You're frail. You're just like your cheap ideal. Just a frail pretense. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil. Do you still not understand? That's why you furniture. See, it's being erased. Crack, crunch, smack, snap. Oh, fiend. How shameful. The Beatrice crash out. Goddamn. Parmigiano will be Arnica through. Then your frail resistance. And the actual crash out, goddamn. Flashing lights warning. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls of the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair. I picked the wrong button. I began to wrap the two of them up. George, Stan, I'm sorry. The fuck is this shit based on? Itself! This thing is like super old, Snav. This is super old. The mention of cheese really makes us think, right? What is the chessboard is in fact a cheese board. Gucci Pants has a point there. I didn't expect the name drop of some cheese. That's too much for me. You're all... Yeah, thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted, covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. Yeah, Umineko is super early. And he began to suck the two of them up instead. I've been joking around a lot, right? But this is really cool. This is cool. That scene is great. George, can I ask for a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say I love you. Yeah. Sayo, I will forever. Based! 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 That was time for them, yeah. That deserves a good cackle emoji. Which, by the way, I put as a follower emote if you want to spam it. That just happened. Indeed. Match the fuck up, Caesar Blaff. Yeah, it actually cuts off in the middle of the dialogue too when you look back. I think that's also worth immortalizing. I think that's worth immortalizing.
Where do I put it though? I already had one with like a cannon somewhere. Where was it? Oh, it's here. It's here. And this is organized. It's easy to know where things are for sure. Actually, no, it's better next to them. I know I drew them somewhere. I should play your emotions wherever I please. I forgot when he said that. That was cool. I also wonder what the fuck is up with a gold old friend, Kiri and her child. Yeah, this will do. But I need a name then. Let's go with this. Let's go with here. Let's put it at 40. Here we go. Redeemed hydrate. Okay, BRB, I'm gonna drink some more. George didn't say it in red. He didn't indeed. He should have. He should have. He should have. That was a conspiracy board. I made it. Okay. I want to show it off really quick because I'm proud of it, right? I made this one, right? I also made one for Umineko Chapter 1. It is very surprisingly much more in Chapter 2 that I've theorized on. Mostly because of like the red text. I'm pretty sure I solved this this case, right? And it was indeed easy, which is why there's less info. But this was described as a much harder case, and honestly, I get it. It's only like what I drink. I'm gonna leave my theory as to what happened, right there. I'm gonna go drink, BRB. All right, here we go. Perfect. I stated there. I think that solves the case. For like the first few murders. I don't know if they're gonna approach this murder or they're gonna make this one a closed room. But everything else works. Okay. Let's go back to it. Wait, so that means we got the 6, we got the 2. Nanjo, Kumasawa. Okay, Genji actually survived. Wow. My good Genji. Actually one of the survivors. Okay. I really like Genji. He's really cool. He is really, really cool. The closed room murder is Rosa walked in, shot George and Shannon, walked out and locked the door. You forgot about Goda. You forgot about Goda. Speaking of the cheeseball theory, that might be why he's called Gouda. Beatrice said Genji for me to kill. Yeah, I love him. Do not talk ill of Genji. The man is above criticism. Gonna die because he felt like it. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'll believe that. I'll co-sign that. He did in some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those were all things Goda had made himself, and were, of course, delicious. He had affectedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner, but he'd been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even open for him. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds all by himself, even though all those crimes had been committed? Many people had already met a brutal end. Judging by his appearance, he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear. Kill Goda. Save Goda. Okay. Okay, give me a second. I need to know. Right, I need to know. Give me a second to set it up. Let me check if I got the name correct. Yeah, it's good. Here. Alright, please vote on the poll. I need to know, is Goda peak or mid? That way we will know. Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual task without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal. You might think all of the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or an illusion. 13 people actually bought votes. I voted for me. If we don't see your vote, then you might want to recast your vote. Was he taking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duty systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity, unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped up and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled, "Who is it?" I was napping on a sofa, and the voice also brought me back to reality. Oh, Rosa-sama. It is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there. I want to beat rice into omurice. I do not have the joke. Yes, ma'am. In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I found Dr. Nanjo in Kumasawa's corpse. What did you say? I see. Very well, let's go and check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone. Why would you want to go check them? Okay, genuine question. What? Why would you want to go check them? Everyone else, like, as far as you're concerned, if you, okay, they're bored. Okay, I'm bored. Me when I kill my child because I'm bored. It's okay, but look, me when I beat up my child because I'm bored. That's what Rosa does. Every time she's bored, she just beats up Maria. Best mom of the series. God damn. I swear. Rosa is such a piece of shit. It's okay, Butler. If you stay with me, it will definitely be okay. Okay, but you have to understand she's really bored. True, right. Ah. We've all done things, like when we're bored, right? Like, we've all beat up a child, right? Like once in our life. Like, I don't know, you're bored, you see a child on the street, just, you know, a little kick, right? We all do that. Right? Shoot Maya, shoot Genji, check on the corpses, and shoot Battle in Meanwhile. That way you're safe. That way everything's safe. It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it will definitely be okay. Maybe my face seemed to be darkened with anxiety. Maya grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage.
Me when I have to crouch the leg and kill because I'm bored. True. Indeed was not Rosa's job to ready the gun and extend guard. It fell to me to remove the barricade of the sofas. When finished, I took about a black-white glance at Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door.
ケンジさん
Genji, where are the corpses?
中庭です。
In the courtyard.
ご案内
I shall guide you.
バトラ君待って。
Butler, wait!
念のため
Just in case,
部屋の
let's check the doors and windows of this
ちょっと
room.
待ってね。
Wait a second. Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead. I began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. Yeah, so she can go back to hide there. But those locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. No, maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Yeah. I mean, she should be more cautious and stay in the room. But it was called a courtyard. It wasn't really a pretty place you could take a walk in, like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable. So it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion, no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we could still hear the violent winds, the wind itself was blocked. Genji held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. He was probably hinting that a gun took two hands. It would be dangerous if she took the umbrella. We didn't need Genji's sign pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Andrew and Kunata was standing lay. Aunt Rosa, the umbrella is poisoned. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. She knows! Oh my god, she predicted it. She's smart. But then she and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Mario opened hers. Mario,
これは
is this... You know what?
あれだな
Ooh,
The seventh and eighth twilight. Served a little droplet. A corpse, which had gone missing, was a little fallen in the courtyard. At that time, it had a weapon shaped like a stake rammed to its ankle. With this, even the eighth twilight, it's finished. Corpse which had gone missing was... Okay. This might not seem significant, but it does change something I was thinking about with episode 1. In episode 1, I was confused because, like, if they killed Shinzo earlier than they killed Eva and Ryoshi, did that mean we would have completed, like, the fourth Twilight before the second Twilight? And I was like, this is weird. Right? And a big part of my thinking relied on me thinking this. But knowing that you can kill someone and then gouge them later to complete like another Twilight later on, that changes things. That changes things. I'll have to go back and rethink things. Because that single line, those single lines from the character portraits, change all of it. See,
確かに源氏さんたちが言っていたように
certainly, just as Genji never said, horrible wounds on my necks. Maybe the epitaph is baloney. I think it's just a misunderstanding of the epitaph works. Because I felt like you had to kill and then gouge at the same time. Like, it seems you can kill earlier and then when you gouge, that's the Twilight completed. Or maybe you can do the Twilight in like any order you want. Which actually seems to be the case. I think you can do the Twilights in whatever order you want. I think that's it. Right? Because like every time the third Twilight
nothing about it says that it should be done in a row, right? And the third Twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. This one feels like every time in episode 1, this was accomplished when they were hidden in Kinzo's study. That was when they shall praise their noble name, when they started reading the letter, right? The letter that was left at Iva and Deyoshi. And that was after Kinzo and Kanen's murder. Yes, the epitaph says that, but like the thing is, the order seems wrong. Or yeah, it could also just be... That was also a thing that I was thinking, but I don't know if it's that. It seems doubtful that you can kill someone else and then gouge someone else to complete. Does that mean you can kill a different person and then gouge the same person at different places? Karma Devil contributed 900 points, goddamn. Okay. I think it's important to edit then. Where is it? Here. And this one we're spending. Right? The majority has spoken. Good I speak. Okay. Yeah, it could. It could. Alright, let's keep reading. Certainly. Just as Genji and Yoga said, there are horrible wounds on their necks. The cuts are quite sharp. Most as though they were sliced with katana or something. Those gaping wounds on my necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. After seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, her gazes fell to their legs. To Dr. Nanjo's knee. To Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with demonic design. It must have been the same as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony? I wonder. I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like these. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect. The one that had been thrust into Kumasawa-san's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. Though by looking at the one that had fallen over, for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife. Something like a stake. Its whole length was probably about 30 centimeters. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. I think we already went through that. Could they have some way to it? It's comprised of a grit and a cone-shaped part and was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances where some knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off of a demon or something. But instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used as ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant to be sacrifices. On the 7th Twilight, gouge your knee and kneel. On the 8th Twilight, gouge your leg and knee and kill. Wait a sec. That means we've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Could it be? Of course. Why is Genji alone? If something like this has happened, why aren't Gorge, Goda, and Shannon there? Here. Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Where did George and the other two go? They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsue's room, and they left. They have not returned yet. What did you say? I mean, you said they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way! Why didn't you tell us something that... Wait, no! Why didn't you think that was suspicious?
常に一人
There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they return.
私の務めでした。
Was Genji really this much of a robot? This is bad, this is bad. It's really bad. Naruto and Kumasawa were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. We ran towards old Natsue's room, with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. God servant. A true servant. You want a servant like him by your side. Before we even saw it inside of Natsue's room, we were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On the door was a bizarre scribble. No filth? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state. Without even opening the door, we could imagine what we would find inside. On the face of the door, or should I say it, and prints, done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before. Huh, interesting. I would not know anything about the grounding and staking vampires. I am not a vampire hunter by trade. Natsume prank part 2, no Natsui edition. But heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before, I'd banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji, please open it. There was that elder gun up high and ordered Genji to open the door. Genji approached it without seeming particularly troubled by that stuff on it, and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked.
No way! The room where they died, it locks? What? I did not expect that from Umineko. What? No. No way. No. Genji. At the moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will. No. No. This time, Genji asked Rosa to unlock the door, instead of the other way around. This was a mindfuck until I figured it out. After froning slightly for a second, I swear to God, last stream, for like 30 minutes last stream, I was looking at the chart and just running for possibilities on loop every time, trying different things, and I was just crashing out. Then I turned off the stream. The next day, I rethought of it, spent like an extra 30 minutes thinking of it, and then suddenly it flashed. Fronting slightly for a second, Rosa ended me in Master Key, which again is this, right? The it's a servant that's off duty for now, right? And they made a copy of Master Keys that do not work, which would be easy because like they just need to look like them. So they go and murder Cannon, and then upon murdering Cannon, they steal his keys. And at that point, just like put the fake keys on him. No one tasted them at all. And because they're a servant, each servant has a key. And Kennen is not a servant anymore, so, you know. I assume that when you die, you're not employed anymore, right? I'm pretty sure. Open the door? No, you open the door. Can't. You open the door. Butler, would you open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji with something like that wouldn't... Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would only make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached the creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. Really? It was definitely the resistance of the lock. Stuck the master key into the keyhole. Everyone is above 18 except for Maria. And Genji is like 75, 80. There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Isn't Battler 19? Canon a 60? Really? Really? Huh. I thought we were also 18. No! No! George is a pointeur? No fucking way! George is the type of guy to go to the local high school and date the fucking high schoolers. What? No fucking way! Okay, you know what? I was thinking my opinion was changed. I didn't realize. I thought she was like 20. I thought she was 20. George is genuinely the guy to get off work and say, guys, sorry, my wife is coming out of high school. I gotta pick her up. Like, Jesus fuck. Holy shit. Okay, I did not realize. Thank you. True. I did not fucking realize. Oh my god. The Canon X Jessica romance makes sense because like they're 2 years apart, right? 16, 18, they, you know, what's that law, that thing, that rule? The Romeo and Juliet thing? 16 and 18 is fine. 16 and 23 is not fine. 16 and 23 is not fine at all. Let's make it clear. Let's make it clear for everyone here. Alright? Alright. Oh fuck. What is it? The God damn it. Dude, okay. This changes my entire perception of everything now. I genuinely thought that like it could be, you know, kind of cute romance, right? I genuinely thought, yeah, this is kind of cute. This completely ruined it. This completely ruined it. Where's George? I know I put a George here. Where is a George? I don't see George. Okay. Here, let me screenshot it. We gotta do it in it. Where are we putting it? We're putting it down there, right? No, this is the meme section. This is the theory section. I think it would be a good place here, right? I'll put it here. No, where do I... It's probably... Okay. Here is probably gonna be the next murder, right? They're probably gonna give us the next murder here. So... let's put it... right here. Sorry, it took me a while to figure it out. But... here we go. As we say in France, we call those guys pointeurs. Right?
the reason for this is because when you say se pointer in French, it means to show up. It's slang for se pointer, to show up, right? And we call them pointeurs because they always show up at the exit of high schools. Those type of guys, the types everyone hates. Because there are like 20-year-old who go out with like 17-year-old. It's the same, okay, it's the same thing as Scott Pilgrim, right?
Hold the violin where I come from.
It's the same thing as
Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim starting with like Scott, 21, 22, dating Kim who's like 17. Dude. He's still in high school. He's literally a pointer. He's waiting outside her high school for her to come out. Like, Jesus fuck. Sacre bleu.
What do you think about French girls? I think they're the same thing as other girls, I guess. What do you want me to say? I don't know any different. I'm gonna add the term pointer. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. I fucked up. I accidentally pressed control. Oh no! It's over. I can't. How much did I miss? Okay, I didn't miss much. I didn't miss much. Okay, cool. I tapped back to like take a picture and I accidentally pressed control. Don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Alright, well never mind then. Here we go. Oh, do you press control even when the key wasn't removed? I didn't remove the control key, I removed the alt key. Because the alt key does the same thing. I usually press control to do like control C, control V, right? Or control C plus control X. Text is treating dischargeably because of jail consent of Japan. Yeah, but it's still weird, right? Like, again, like it might be illegal, but it's still fucking weird. By the way, join the Discord. Thank you for shilling my Discord, Pulapo. Anyways, back to it. So yeah, I actually skipped some things. It's still very fucking weird. Like, okay, shout out to one guy, me, from an hour ago, who said, you know what? I think George isn't that bad. I think George is actually kind of cool. I think George is actually quite a cool guy in the end. You know? I think that was wrong call. I think that was a wrong call. I'm regretting that. I really am. Just trying to reassure me. True. Okay, give me a second. Alright, let's start reading again. Okay. Okay. When Rosette told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Gonna take that out of context and share it on Twitter. Oh my god. I swear, dude. It's so over. There was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible. As a thought. It's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilight. No, don't make that joke, Chipens. Do not make that joke. You don't make that joke. No. Do not. Move on. Okay, I also want to point out the name. Okay, if we're going that way, I want to point out the name of the orphanage that Kinzo opened. That's all I say. The name of the orphanage that Kinzo opened. It's all I'll say. I'll move on. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Oh right, I need to read the portraits. Right. Then enters his room with his stomach pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. By the sixth twilight, gouged his stomach and killed. It was possible that we would have ended up as the second twilight. True. I like crazy girls. You might like Beatrice then. Okay, Goda. She was pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. The cook was cooked. True. Yeah, the fucking house. Stanley. The fucking house on an island where 23 years old dating 16. It means gospel. No, it means exactly what you think. And then the last one. With her forehead pierced by a weapon shaped like a stake. Before Twilight gouged her and killed, she spent her last moments with her beloved. Aww, how cute. Or are there 6 survivors? No, there's 5. Okay, it's like last time. There's 5 survivors. Okay. Ginzo won. Ginzo didn't leave his room and won. This time around, like last time he didn't leave his room either. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place. Leaving the room so cluttered, you never believed it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsui. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse laying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been struck bare to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deeply into his chest? Just imagining it would make anyone's chest hurt. Wasn't gouging the chest the fifth twilight? Maya grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room, where 3 corpses lay. Maybe don't show this to an 8-year-old. Maybe don't. And along the wall, farthest into the room, George lay dead. Separated from Shannon, obviously. This time, one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Wasn't gouging the stomach the 6th twilight? Shannon's corpse was there, face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. What? Is she? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask this, right? Okay, I'm gonna drink right after this. I gotta ask this. Am I crazy? Like, when you see this, right? Isn't her position like... Wait, I need to lower the size. A bit too much. It feels like her position is like this, right? Her head is there. And then her legs are just like doing a split. Like this, right? Is this what she's doing? Like legs completely split horizontally? 180 degrees? Very flexible, goddamn. Like, this is how it looks to me. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna keep drinking. Oh my... I'm gonna keep drinking. Give me a second. No, you don't, Stanley. Google rigor mortis. George in the chat. True. Maybe both her legs on the right side. Oh, true, fair. Or she is doing like a split open thing for no reason.
Had she seen her own face at the end, with that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way. Couldn't see her face, but I could guess even without seeing it. Rigor mortis isn't speaking yet. Pretty sure still. You don't just become more flexible upon death. I mean, you do because you can break bones easier. Nearby, in the sea of blood she lay in, Demon's stake had fallen. Only the fourth twilight was left. Blood she hadn't killed. Maybe my heart was still only worn out and dead, even though I knew it was wrong. I lifted her head and checked. And I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon's head, and the insides were tricked out. Not only that, but you could even see inside her. I think that I only realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Hey, Butler! Oh my god. You mustn't touch anything until the police come! Do we still care about this? At this point, you're about to fucking die! What do you think you're doing, touching it? What will you do for precious evidence on the scene get disturbed? Jose got violently mad at me and even tugged the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing deeply up at the ceiling. Maria. With this, even the gave twilight is over. Yeah, the crime is currently happening. What? God damn. Tuck the back of my collar. And it's everywhere. And it's everywhere. With this, even the 8th twilight is over. What was the 9th twilight again? The 9th twilight. The witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. I see. After this, the golden witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? The final 10th twilight? On the 10th twilight, our journey then shall attain to the power of the golden land treasures. Once and for the last time. Very soon, the doors to the golden land will open. Very soon. The witch shall be revived and none shall be left alive, huh? We're gonna die now? Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over? And that now, journey's end, we reach the golden land? What is our journey? We spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we try to break out of the situation. We haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right, we spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure we could only trust the dead that we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why? Should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right. If we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather is the wisest of us. He's been shut up in his room since yesterday, without any contact with anyone. This episode reinforces me that Rosa is kinda not smart. No, it's not kinda not smart, she just isn't. She's a dumbass. Doesn't just sing the boat. True. Just fuck Beatrice over. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all. It's okay, Butler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being. Might kill humans partly for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay. Don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me. I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating the corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again, chase the rest of us out. Go back to the master key she lent me, and lock the door again. Apparently, George has been holding the key to Aunt Natsu's room. He can't sing the boat because he's too seasick. They've covered that. Ryuki, she covered that. He's too seasick to be able to sing the boat. This is pre-9/11, so he can definitely do something to the plane, though. He can definitely bring a full water bottle into the plane and make it burst. Like the plane into the matter. Apparently, George has been holding the key to Natsui's room. He also collected that. Wait a sec. She's got all the master keys on her person. Natsui's own key was locked up inside this room. Doesn't that make it another closed room? What? No! And then you can't make me say the word. God damn. What? Is this a fourth closed room? Her logic is fine, but she's just too much of a paranoid dumbass to consider like other possibilities. Now that the suspicion surrounding those three had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive was a wolf. That leaves only me, Rosa, Maria, and Genji. Besides us, there's only grandfather and that 90th person. The guests were seen no trace of Beatrice. 13 people have died, and 6 are left. Over the wolves and sheep puzzles with only 6 people end. Even though a puzzle that started with 90 people has been reduced to 6. I'll think of an answer. You don't have to, the ceremony is concluded, dumbass. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that, while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor doorway. But thankfully, we didn't find anything like that. Yeah, they don't even address this extra room, right? Because if you found the solution like I did, or like a possible solution, maybe mine is wrong, who knows? But like if you found the solution to the previous ones, it applies the same to here. In fact, it is indicating that there is a way to have an extra key, despite the red text. Which is why they're not elaborating on it. This is just an extra hint for people to figure it out. Thank you, Genji. This is fair enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Please excuse me. Hey, Rosa, are you saying you'll leave Genji all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But in that case, why is he safe? I was free headed to Natsui's room. He was alone the whole time. And yet he's safe. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was all alone? Therefore in its weakest possible position. Probably because, by coincidence, there weren't any wolves around. Wrong. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji is a wolf? He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa, who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone! Butler, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is one not with 100 excuses, but with simple thoughtfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji. Genji is the goat. God damn. Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. That's why we should have shot Genji earlier. True. After your long years of service, I found it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand about tonight. And when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. Genji gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ishiramiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you will excuse me. After hearing all of that, there was nothing left to say. Genji bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then, we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all of the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. And I watched. How should I say it? I felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I waited just about long enough, and entered the parlor behind her. If she doesn't trust anyone but the dead, why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then, in the end, she'll realize that she herself is a wolf. Then she can just blast through the head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. Holy shit! Battler telling her to kill herself! God damn! Battler! My god, you should say this out loud! As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, really resting both of my feet on the table. The console version. Yeah, I modded it specifically to have this, all of this. Apparently there's a lot of things that are censored on the console version. When I tried to do that, I found something there, stopped moving my feet. What is this? Blood. Oh, never mind. But there, almost as toys that had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It usually gets smacked down Terminator style. It was that envelope from before. It was the seal of the one-winged eagle. It was unopened. What? Wait! What is this? Who put it in a place like this? And when? Again, someone has a master key. They're just hammering it in. They're hammering it in that someone has a master key. Even, like, again, this just proves my theory right. Until I went with everyone to check on the corpses. I was sitting there the whole time. There wasn't anything there then. But when I returned, it was here. Okay, everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard rules that monitoring that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. Then we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. And wait, who put this letter here? And how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery come out. First page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like God. It's Discord. It's Zelda! It's Zelda! Woo! Hell yeah! Zelda! Is it the same actually? I think it's not the same. Give me a second. Don't think it's the same. It is. Never mind, it is. It's always the same symbols. Anyways. There was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? Just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The ninth twilight will begin quite soon. There wasn't a mistake. It was a letter from Beatrice. Butler! What is that? We came here just now. It was sitting right here. What happened, Maya? Butler, that letter? Wait, sir. Okay, I can predict what happens. 10,000 euros. He points the gun at Butler and shoots him. I fucking bet you. Butler, you have an envelope? Die. Oh, sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why? Third secret option. Shoot Maria. Maria, come here. Rosette closed her eyes just a little. Thinking silently for a moment. Told Maria to come. She's actually doing it. Maria obeyed her mother's words. She did something unbelievable happened. When Rosette put the barrel of that gun at me, I fucking knew it. Butler, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? Bedeltrice confirmed. When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table. And I know that Maria did not approach the table.
talking about a short stretch of time. Now I think you're just wrong on this one. We two which decided that you have to die. The only one who claims to have approached the table upon the letter is you. How can you? Wait, that's all screwed up! Why would I put something like this here? You just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have set that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket and then acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that the witch entered the closed room, took down a letter and left. Dumbass! Are you thinking like that again? Are you going to suspect me? Because of something like that? Cut it out! My dad and everyone else were killed. Why do you take part in that corporate scheme? Sure. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of the sort of demon who sell their own parents. And again, maybe such a demon does exist. No. Was it? I was about to throw out the facility that Maria left the letter there. No. No, again, someone just left the key. Like, they didn't put barricades. Where does Rose have a shotgun? It's a rifle and she just stole it. There is one. Why are you so horny, dude? She's dead too. But if she didn't view Rudolph and Kiri as your parents. What? Think about what you're saying. Is that right? Of course I'm not related to Kiri by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. Oh, you know, let her come in like that slide, you bastard. Stop it! I'm saying I'm sorry, that was a bad way to put it. First, you sure me a butler, maybe Rudolph Nissan's child. But are you really that butler? Oh my god, he punched the table at the exact same time as me! I fucking called it! I fucking called it! The second he found the letter! The second he found the letter, I called it that she was gonna shoot him! If I'm not Butler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolph. I've seen you for the first time in 6 years. Not a bad point. No one can prove that you really are Ushiramiya Butler, right? Maybe you are a butler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushiramiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushiramiya Butler? Right here, right now? Cut it out, damn it! I'm me! Ushiramiya Butler! We're gonna suspect him in things like that. I'm really Ushiramiya Rosa. I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right. It's just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. You're going that far. Let me make an objection. George and the others were found dead, and that's why his room was locked. George had the key to that room, right? And by now, it's the only one who has the key is you, Rosa, right? Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit. That's what I'm calling. And while I wasn't looking, you lent him one of the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. You better have 5 of them here, right? Rosa's just jealous of Butler because she's better than bad air. Yeah, like Butler just has such massive riz. She's just gonna go no. I believe that matters. You could have had them set in a pre-arranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there really were 5 master keys? So do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed that letter there? Until you find proof someone else did it? You're a wolf. Shut up! Then why don't you show me some proof? What do you claim the culprit killed George in the rest and then closed the room? Well, do they lock it? Exactly right. Natsu's room is exactly the same, just like usual. The door and windows were locked. Okay. I love how he's trying to sprite with talking angry. I mean, at this point, he's got the barrel of a gun down his face. I would also be crying tears. For like tears, mad tears, yeah. Those are mad tears. The guy is pissed off, but at the same time, he's like about to fucking die. Oh, I get it. I get it. We're gonna note down all the red text, but we all know it's pointless. Assuming his own key was in Josh's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left. That was holding. My theory falls now.
No, because Rosa is a culprit. Like, Rosa is an accomplice. I've repeated that many times. I'm sorry, I'm thinking. The fake key theory is still not wrong. Okay. Okay, this is a stretch. This is a stretch. What if the servant's name is Rosa? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's the same trick. It's the same trick used every time. Wow. Contain your ordinance. Okay.
What if she changed her name to Rosa for a second? The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room. To unlocking it while the master key is impossible. The definition of the closed room remains the same as always. Yeah, I shared this in DMs with Polopo and just said nothing besides retreating. Because this was gonna be addressed like right now. Fuck. That one. Wait. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I'm okay, sorry for staying silent, but like I'm just everything's been shadowed. Just Oh was like every single room has been the exact same. Every single room has been the exact same, except for, I think there's something about the first room. I do believe they collected the key from the first room. It could explain the following murders, except for this one. At the point where everyone gave their keys back. So... the issue with the powder, right, is that if I say someone was oh my god, no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay, well, my blue theory, the stricken res. Where is my blue theory? I mean, this one is a red theory, so it is true, but... What's my 6 dogs? Look here. Where is it? No, it's not necessarily false yet. It's not necessarily false yet. That's the issue, right? My previous theory isn't necessarily false, but on the other hand, if I keep thinking from it, it's not gonna lead anywhere. I need to think outside the box to some degree. I need to stop thinking about what I've already thought. I'm gonna analyze this room on its own, right? 3 people died. 3 people died. I'm gonna do the same as usual, right? 3 people died in the room. Okay? Here we go. Three people died. Gorda, ready. We're gonna note him down with a G. George, we're gonna note him down with a G. And Shannon, we're gonna note him down with a G. There are no other ways to enter or exit besides this, right? The issue is, right, they killed them and then they left. That is a guarantee. You can't say, oh yeah, it turns out Goda was the culprit all along, right? You can't say that, because if Goda was playing dead here, then he would not have been able to put the envelope inside the of the parlor. So like, well, do they have the ability to teleport? What the fuck is going on? Yeah, do not worry. Every time, Battler is the one that... Oh my god! Like, okay, only the Fire Master keys were left. Rosa was holding all of them. There's no trick. So they got hold of the key. Like, again, the only thing this proves... Okay, that's the thing. Yeah, like, all this proves is that at some point or another, I see... Do avoid getting me too much on my... what's the word? on my thinking. I want to try and solve this as best as I can, like on my own. You know what I mean? If I might move on and then think about this later on my own, but and then share it later. But like, I do want to come to an answer after, like, when I finish episode 2, like I did with episode 1. Oh, true. Okay, fair interjection. Fair interjection. Fair, Safik. Okay, did that one has been noted down. Okay. Come on now, there's only one suspect. Or are you still playing innocent? You show me a battler? Shut up! You shut up too! He's the one who should shut up. What do you claim that it was played here by anyone other than you? Unless you can't prove such a thing happened. You're a wolf. If you can't suspect me, then we can suspect you too, so try showing me some proof yourself. And anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Rosa? And you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly put the letter there. It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use the trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That proves nothing. Maybe you chose the roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't come and murder in front of Maria. All the master keys are in your hands. So what happened? Both behind the last room was all you're doing, right? You think you can talk your way out of this? Well, let's hear your excuses. That's right, you've been suspicious from the start, Rosa. Why is it that even though 6 adults in the family couples were killed, you were the only exception? Were you the only one not in that chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them. Damn it. That explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck me, don't fuck with me. Stop saying things that don't make sense. Ooh, stop it! You mustn't fight! Mama too, Batman too, stop it! It's no one's fault. It's not Batman or Mama's fault. The witch did all this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Ooh. I have pressed herself in between Rosa and me as the blood started rising to her head. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. I had acted shamefully just now, my eyes filled with tears. That's right, it's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, it wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're the culprit. There's no way Maria, Genji, or I either. If you could hear my thoughts right now, you would hear me just fucking thinking about this entire thing. Constantly. I'm testing possibilities every fucking word I speak. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming at Aunt Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight? With the kind aunt I love so much. With the kind aunt who beat up children. What does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not gonna suspect my aunt. I'm not gonna suspect anyone. It's all the work of the witch. It's all the work of Beatrice. I love Gum Tooth. Shut up, Gucci. It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Atreus, please show yourself. This isn't Yumi Project. I'm not using Yumi Project as an if. I'm using 7th mod. Yourself here and confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been protecting each other like this. Forgive us. Release us. Release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind of relatives and cousins back. I hate it, I hate it all. You definitely exist. It's your victory. Kill yourself, oh Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice! That's me. That's me right now. That's me if I was in the game. Why? Still alive? Apparently some time ago, Kinsat fell into a doze. He threw for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. That person ceremony. Let's see. How far has it progressed? Must have come quite far by this time. Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the port under the wish that he had gazed at every day. Fair enough, Slav. Beatrice. Very soon I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile.
Imagine sleeping through a whole massacre. Yeah, everyone's screaming left and right.
Outside there's a swarm of butterflies flying. And it's just like... Don't shoot me. It's just to be reunited with your smile. I can't know if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So... For heaven's sake, let me... Make with you one more time! Let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. I won't let you escape. I need to let his voice lines play out more. You are mine. Your hair to your toenails. Use the dirt under your toenails. You are mine. Every fragment of your flesh is mine. Even the broth of your corpse is mine. You're going a bit far. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip from my hand. I will make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Kinzo all in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees. As he shook and scraped at the wall. In an instant, he started sobbing. That's wrong. That's wrong. I didn't want to say something like this. Beatrice. Please. Let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. I think he wants to do both, Stanley. Damn. Yeah, beloved, you're in 4. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that cannot be taken back. In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. Imagine if he killed himself now. To apologize to you, to atone for my crimes. I offered everything. Yes, VA is great. Please, if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize. She would be. Just won't. Yeah, he's supposed to be pitiful right now. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's pissing me off. I don't know. We're not getting any more red text. I don't know. It's pissing me off.
This shit pissed me off. This shit pissed me off. Dude, like, holy shit. Kinzo did it, clearly. That makes sense. Like, there's no... That means, like, there is no other way. What other way would there be for a culprit to do any of this without a key? Without one of the master keys? Because the door has to be locked at one point or another, because 4 of them have been done with a master key. It means that a master key was obtained at one point or another. Because it's not like we can phase through the fucking wall. They've already said. You can't phase through the wall. Even with magic, that wouldn't work. Even with magic. That's the issue, right? Okay, that's an issue. Our secret rooms fall even if you assume magic is real. Because again, when locked, it does not permit any form of entry. Then if that's the case, if it's locked, it should not permit any form of entry from fucking ghosts. So it doesn't even work with magic in mind. It does not even work with magic. So there is something. This is guaranteed physical. Because even phasing through walls does not fit. So it has to be a key. It has to be a key or something. So if it's a key, right? It's one of the master keys. So my theory at first was that it was like a fake. Like at first it was that, you know, they made a key or like stole a pair of keys a long time ago and they never retrieved it. My second theory was that they just replaced one of the keys with a fake pair of keys. So what's it gonna be? What's the other technique that you would have in order to be able to steal the fucking keys off of Rosa? Right? Like, she gave the keys to Battler twice in those instances. So if we assume, right, that to set up this room, the killer replaced the fake keys that were on Nenjo with the real keys for some fucking reason, which would not be possible because like it would fuck up the previous room. Do not worry. I want to try and solve it on my own. Yeah, I cannot give my earrings. Don't worry. I can figure it out. I know I can figure it out. I have basic pattern recognition. I recognize that every single time they've pointed to the door, they've made the door the single weak point. They've made the door the single weak point. Every time. Right? If you think about the bigger picture, every single case so far, in the previous case, right? In the previous case, it wasn't the case. The door wasn't the focus. Like, for example, the first focus on the first murder was like, oh, the fuck did they carry all the bodies and put it in the shed, right? Then it was like, oh, did they get past the chain itself? You could open the door. But they established that you could open the door. They never made it a point that no one else could open the door. It was possible. It wasn't a true locked room because of the chain, right? Then Kinzo, he could have just stayed in and no one. Like, they were a closed room, but they did not all have this very specific fixation on the master keys. This entire episode is centered around the master keys. I'm gonna piss myself at this point if you keep redeeming this. Oh my god. I'm gonna fucking piss myself. Alright. I'm too pissed. I need to pee, but I'm too pissed off to be able to. BRB. So either the locks are at fault, right? Okay. Either the locks are at fault or either the keys. Right? And if at this point the fucking key does not work, then it's the lock. Right? The lock itself. Did the fucking murderer unscrew the lock and replace it with another one? Like,
It's not a fucking possibility at this point. Genuinely. Let's see. No, because the only way to lock this door is with just a single key. So, like... What if... Okay. Picture this, right? When you enter a room, when you enter the room, right, and you lock the door, but it's not lined up with the actual lock thing, right? The door has been locked with a key. That's what I'm doing, Stanley. Don't worry. What do you think I'm doing? I'm reading every fucking red constantly, every time. This is why I recorded all of it. I keep switching between all of it. I fucking learned all of them at this point. Don't worry. It's like, okay. No, because when they're locked, I was gonna say, they locked it and then replaced the lock manually. Despite being, like, automatically, you know, triggered, but not actually locking. But that's not the case because the door and the window do not permit any kind of entry or exit when they are locked. So, but yeah, like, what about that thing where, like, you can get stuck outside your house because you slammed in the door and the lock triggered and you don't have your keys, right? That is a thing that can happen. It happened to me once, and thank God I managed to get out of it without having to pay like $1 billion. But what if the lock was, like, one of my ideas, but I don't know if it's possible. Let me reread everything. If you lock the door, like, I don't know, unscrew the fucking lock or something, make it so the lock is indeed locked, and then just slide it back into place. At that point, it is truly a locked door from the outside. Yeah, an automatic lock mechanism. What if you conceive of one, right? If you, I don't know, if you fucking unscrew the lock itself, because the door starts unlocked. Every time in those cases, the door starts, not in the last one, don't say that, Hal. Not in the last one. The parlor is not starting unlocked. Natsui's room was starting unlocked. Cannon's room, Jessica's room was starting unlocked. The servant room was unlocked. And then the parlor was not. But there will still be 2 chapters in Teapot. I said I'm going until the end. But just, I don't think I'm gonna get any more relevant info, right? I want to make my theory now, and then everything else was just like, you know, either contradicted or something. Because, like, it's just, I feel like if I get any more info, it will essentially solve it, right? Or at least guide me to a solution where, when I can already, I know I have already the elements to figure it out right now. But again, like, there's 2 possibilities. With all much that's focused on the keys, that means either the key or the locks are the issue. And I kept thinking about the key being the issue, right? So what if it's not the key? What if it's a lock? But then, when I go down that route about the lock being the issue, it still doesn't work. Like, it would have to be a massive logical leap. It would have to include, like, doing some weird manipulation of the locks that I do not even know if they are actually possible IRL. It might fit under the definition of a trick permitting to lock it from outside. BRB, I'm gonna go to the toilet. I really need to. 30 seconds. I'm back. I just realized. Let me reread the red text. No, okay, fuck. Alright. Okay, so my thinking for a second, it would have worked on the first one, right? It would have worked on the first one. My idea was they put something in the lock mechanism itself that made it impossible to open by like just pushing and pulling. But it's not like actually locking it itself. But no, that doesn't work. Because like they say, no trick could have the effect of locking the door from outside without using a key. So, yeah, it's a skeleton key. So it's not like it matters exactly, but it doesn't matter because like the master key, we already know the number of them and we know where they are each time. And we know that those are the ones that are being used because it's been declared in red. That wait. Yeah, no, master keys are skeleton keys. That's what they are, Sapphic. Master keys are skeleton keys that just open every door. So like, okay. I'm gonna save here and then go back like a few moments. At least you have a bit of sound in the background while I think. Right? So,
信じられない
just have a bit of background noise. Like, again, okay, spin the chessboard around. Spin the chessboard around. Alright, they want me to do this every time. You are the murderer. You have one trick, right? Because this is the same trick every time. You have one trick and you want to capitalize on it because you know this trick is very hard to figure out. Right? So you set it up every time the same way. So your way of doing this, right? If you add to do this, if you add to like, you committed your murder, this door is unlocked. I'm gonna ignore the parlor case for now. But the door is unlocked. You're inside the room. You do not have the key to lock it. How do you lock it? You do have the key, you have no trick to lock it. So, how do you lock it? The answer is no. You can't lock it. I'm right near the end, Mac. I'm right near the end. So I'm gonna keep going, even if it takes me 6 hours, I don't care. But like, I want to finish up on this one very fast. I'm gonna give myself 5 more minutes to think about it. 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. So again, no, don't tell me anything. Don't worry. I would prefer if you didn't tell me that. The what's the word? The key, it has to be a key, right? Either that, or it's relying on the person who opens the door, pretending that it's locked or something. But that would not be the case because every single time it was a different person who opened the door. So it's not like you could have, I don't know, Rosa coming in, wriggling the key and going, it's locked. What? No. Especially since here. Those were both locked. Here, in red. Those were both locked. Fuck me in the ass. God damn. Wait. Why? Okay, why is Rosa? Where did I put it? I remember this. Why is Rosa in air quotes? Did someone steal the master keys from her? There were no frauds or tricks. Again, they start locked. And they did lock it. Never mind, they did actually lock it. So it is a truly closed room. Rosa was stuck in a room that was barricaded. Again, if no trick could get you through, then even magic couldn't fucking get you through the fucking door. You couldn't just throw, like, even if, I don't know, Mario Battler stole the keys and threw them out the window, even if Rosa wanted to do it, or... No, yeah, wait! No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work because it's unless they pull out the Rosa was holding it, and by Rosa they mean the servant, right? By Rosa they mean the murderer. He's like, you could just assume that Rosa dropped off all the key, which is not even possible because she locked the parlor in front of everyone, so she had the master key at that time. She had the master key. Therefore, she had all the master keys. So that air quote doesn't matter. She had all of them. So they hurried. No, they didn't. They didn't hurry. I was like, oh, they headed straight to George and the Thing murder. No, they headed to Nanjo and Kumasawa first. But love, it cannot be seen. Indeed. Indeed. I'm running out on my 5 minutes. I hope I'm not being too annoying by taking 20 years just thinking of this, by the way. I really hope I'm not boring you guys. Just... I am... so confused. Okay, wait. No. Okay. I know what I have to do, right? Every time, I don't write it down. So there are 3 ways. There are 3 ways they've managed to do this. One is with a key. By manipulating the keys, finding a way to steal the key, finding a way to borrow a key or something. 2, it's a lock. They tampered with the lock, they made it look as if it was locked, or they fucked with the lock in a way that fulfilled all the conditions, but allowed them to keep it locked while they do their murders. Right? And then, the third way is some unknown way I don't know yet. Some way that is completely unrelated to anything else. Which is, like, it is important to make sure that my two main leads don't work. So, like, key. Right? It's important. I'm gonna group up all the relevant red text. Here we go. Right, we already got this red text. Wait! No, it's not the same. It's not the same as usual. Wait. Oh my god! Every time! No, wait. Okay, never mind. Wait. No, but every time, right? If you look at all of them. No, I still think to some degree my idea is good. She confirmed something very important, right? Every time I was like, wait, so they left the room and then locked the door from the outside, so they had to have a key. No! No, they didn't. No, they fucking didn't. I fucked up the, here we go. They were locked from the inside. All along. All along they were locked from the inside. At least this one. Which changes the way I should think about this. Right? Because it's no longer a thing where like the antagonist entered the room, killed them, and then got out. Right? And then from out, they locked it. It was always the antagonist entered the room, killed them, then locked the door, and found a way to leave. Which is different. Because, like, again, some tricks could work now. Because it's like every time she mentions, there is no trick that allows you to lock it from outside without the key or whatever. But if you lock the door from inside and then manage to bypass it, or like manage to make the door lock from inside with a trick, Or, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Wait, exactly. See? See? Oh, see? This sentence right there. This sentence right there. Wait. Alright, I'm gonna zoom in. Here. Here. You said more. Indeed. She didn't say lock the door without using a key. She said lock the door from outside without using a key. Which, to some degree, doesn't matter because there was always a key inside the room itself. But it does mean you could imagine the antagonist closing the door outside and then getting the door locked from inside. Right? Like a mechanism that closes it from inside. In some way or another. I don't know, but like, I'm gonna go eat. Fair enough. I should finish it. I thought I was holding onto something there, but I think I'm gonna move on and keep reading. I think it's time for me to move on and keep reading. I have a question about that. As long as it's not like a leading question that tells me everything, I don't mind, go ahead. I just don't want a leading question. I had a guy just give me a question. Will the culprit be stuck in the room? Yes, which is why I was mentioning, right, that like the thing is, you could imagine a trick that would allow you to close it from inside while being outside. Like, yeah, it's not leading. Like, I don't know if that fits the definition, right? But if you put, like, I don't know, a fucking string that you can pull on with the key on the inside, and it just turns it, and you are outside. But no, that would count as a trick, and you're looking at it from outside. No, it wouldn't count. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Because then, in that case, does the antagonist have a way to disguise themselves as different people? No, that would just come to magic. That would just say, oh, the protagonist can magically change themselves to look like someone else. Right? Because it was like, maybe in every case, they threw out someone down the window and then pretended to be them by laying down dead on the floor. Right? But no, it doesn't even work. Because your group refers to Battler, George, Maria, etc, etc, etc. But like... The issue is... Okay, no, I'm moving on. I'm moving on. And I'll think about it more. I'll move on, and if I come to a revelation while reading, I'll come back to it. Alright? You don't have to use magic. I mean, you do have to use magic to disguise yourself as so many people of different sizes and shapes. Right? Like, especially in such a short amount of time. You can't just use makeup to change yourself into GOATED, then into Jessica, then into whatever, right? It could still, okay, my theory could still work if they just found a different way after they got the key. No, it doesn't. Never mind. Alright, I can't believe it.
それが
What are you saying? That's the truth.
真
No,
相だという
that
の
was...
かい
Never mind. We were here. We were here. Skinzo shook and cried. A butterfly appeared out of nowhere, behind his small back like a flake of gold leaf. It softly descended. You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Well, even if it wouldn't make you... Oh, oopsie. Thank you. Even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember? That game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing. Kinzo, as though he had suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as if it had been during the game. He played with Ninja until yesterday. After knocking off the pieces of the chessboard, he began to line them up again one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. That's right, like this. I advanced my queen. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you'd abandon your piece or not. Worried for so long. He waited, with the opposite seat empty. Surely, very soon, his opponent would appear there. And he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make my style an eternal thing? Why can't you say a much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that time, Kinzo muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty? It's probably best to just call it murdering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those worlds will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right, not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. And then he gets fucking shot. The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are! Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door. He is pitiful, but I would not say cute after he murdered his entire family. Yeah, you scratched that fault very quickly. Could it be? Oh, could it be? Beatrice? Beatrice? The woman beyond the door answered. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Umineko no Nakukuroni, Rondo of the Witch and Reasoning. My whole family's dead and I gotta pray to my waifu. True! I got so excited for Beatrice, he really did. Butler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain, and wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search for a place where he could sit before setting up camp in the dining hall. He didn't even lock the door, but the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated, but he no longer had any desire to resist. He didn't even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit. He wanted that person to come at him openly, from the front. If he was a killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful closed room tricks as a parting gifts. If it was a witch, he hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of these two came to meet him. Adler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. Something which Americans can't do, sadly. Big L, massive L. No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor
which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Then, someone knocked. My little friend finally realized that someone had come to greet him.
おー
Hey, it's not
誰
locked!
でも入って
Wherever you are, please come in.
そして
And go ahead and introduce yourself. If you're human, please give me your name. If you're bitches, please tell me your bust size. I'm a little kid, but I'm well known as the breast animal here, as you see. Yeah, you gotta give him the fact that he's completely wasted right now. It's important to point it out, he's completely wasted. Eek.
源氏でございます。バトラ様。
I'm so him.
源氏さんか
Eek. Ah, fuck.
悪いが
Genji, huh? Sorry, but I've got no interest in your bust size.
入ってくれよ
Please come in. It's
入って
unlocked.
るぜ
Excuse me. Genji opened the door and bowed. So is Genji the criminal after all? Or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks.
あんたが
Did you come to give me my last
俺に
rides?
引導を渡
そのような
Nothing of the sort.
お邪魔なよう
I
でした。
apologize if I am
失
disturbing
礼
you.
いたします。
あはいはい
Hey, saying I'm sorry while you've been telling me what you want is actually pretty
親
creepy.
方
Fuck.
様の人生は
I fucked up. I'm gonna reload. I accidentally pressed the wrong key. Oopsie. May I tell my free sizes anyway? Okay. I did a little whoopsie.
おー誰そして人間ベアトリーチェそれはこう見
源氏でございます。
悪いがあんたのバストのサイズに今日入ってくれよ
Okay.
失礼いたします。
Okay.
あんたが
そのようなお邪魔なようでした。
Okay. And then,
はい何の用だ
what do
よ
you want? Are you gonna tell me that drinking alcohol is forbidden for minors? I'll just die anyway.
最後くらい
Please let me do what I want now that it's all about to end.
バトラ
What,
様、
Losama? Do you love alcohol so
そ
much
のように
that you would spend the little time you have left drinking?
お望みですか。
Those words pierced me. That wasn't true.
今
I
更
just
何ができる
can't cope if I don't drink.
俺はいつだって
I can't even taste the alcohol at all.
親方様と
Yeah, just like the
同じ
master.
本当の
Indeed,
あなたは
you narrated the master's blood
親
strongly.
方様の血を色濃く受け継がれている。
That's true, Mac.
あの豪
You mean grandfather, the avid drinker, was drinking to drown his sorrows the whole time?
それは
First I've heard of it.
初耳だぜ
親方
After several sad incidents,
いくつ
The master's
かの
life
悲しい出来事の
I was reduced to one of atonement
末、
alone.
罪のためのものとなり果てたのです。
あんたは
What is
何
it,
を
you
知
know?
っているんだ
ベアトリーチェ様の
Beatrice's ceremony was completed when the Eve Twilight ended.
もう
I believe I can tell you everything now.
お話ししてもよい。
What did you say? My drunken nose was completely blown away. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next. Oh my god. Okay. The way to beat hiccups is to pretend you don't have them anymore. Fuck you! It's just gonna make it worse. Alright. I'm back. I think the fact that I have hiccup might be because I ate way too much earlier. But like I did catch up to like 40 hours of not eating. Because yeah, I put a half-hour cooldown, but I I didn't expect someone to keep redeeming it every 30 minutes. I mean, on one hand, it's good, right? Because it's not like I drink much every day. I lowered my feet from the table. Listen carefully to hear what Genji would... Yeah? No. Oh my god, that sucked. Yeah? I lowered my feet from the table. Listen carefully to hear what Genji would say next.
バトラ様、
Butler-sama.
親方
I
様
shall
の
guide you to the master study.
親方
It
様
would probably be
たち
best to hear it directly from
直
both
接
master
お
and
話を聞か
じい様
from both grandfather and...
おい
Hey, what in the world do you mean by that?
さあ
Come, this way.
ご案内
I shall
申し上
guide
げ
you,
バトラ様
Butler-sama. After Genji told me to follow him, I walked down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. That's a good talent to have. We climbed the big staircase towards the first floor. Genji stopped walking halfway. He then turned back and spoke.
バトラ様
Butler-sama,
これより
from here
バトラ
on,
様理解でき
you will
る
probably see things you will not be able to understand.
脅す
No
な
thing that'll scare me.
理解でき
I've
ない
already
も
seen
のは
enough incomprehensible things
今
today
日
to make
嫌
me
になる
sick.
ほど見てるぞ
見える
Please
ものを
accept what you
見
see
る
as you see it,
聞こえる
and
ものを
accept what you hear as you
聞こ
hear
え
it.
るままになぜ
Or did he just yeah?
何
What? What?
何も
There's no need for question like that.
バトラ
You will
様
learn the truth, and that is all.
それを
I will leave it completely up to you,
お信じに
Butler-sama.
あるいは
Whether to
否定
accept it,
される
believe
か
it, or deny it. Genji checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended, and on the 9th twilight, the witch would revive, and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived. And it probably also meant that none of us would be allowed to return alive. If I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah,
鬼が
even
出
if a
ようと
demon or a
魔女
witch
が
shows
出よ
up,
うと
I'm prepared.
本当にあなたは
Indeed, you are just like the
親方
master in
様
his
の
youth.
若きバトラ様
Butler, please be diligent in your studies.
あなたは
In the future, you will surely have great
必ずや
aspirations,
そしてそ
and
の
when that
時
time comes, see to it that you are never forced or regret a lack of study and training.
されることがありませんよ
I'm sorry. Did... No. Right? No. Is this a ceremony taking place not just to revive Beatrice? Or like... No. Did Kinzo plan this? In order to either revive Beatrice or create a new M? Did Kinzo go through the same shit as this ceremony? Did Kinzo go through the shit of telling Beatrice, oh, it doesn't exist, until either he won or lost? And Kinzo is trying to create the same scenario? Is he trying to create the same scenario so that way he can find who could be his true heir or something? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Oh, okay, let's see. I just want to... If that is the case, I did not expect that coming.
勉学に勤し
I'd
み
be
る
happy
機会
to,
がもらえる
assuming I
な
ever get a chance to work with art in my studies. Just silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. Or it was just formalities. He was just saying formalities. And then the door of the grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he kept the key to his study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy clunking sound.
親方様
Master,
現
it is I, Genji.
バトラ
I have
様
brought
をお連れい
Butler-sama
た
with
し
me.
ました
There was no reply, but it seemed that permission to go inside had been given.
さあ
Come,
バトラ
Butler.
様どうぞ
Please go in.
あ
Okay,
あ入るぜ
I'll go in. I redid myself and threw the door open. I'm gonna see something shocking. Yeah. Now I know it's real. To some degree. That moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was unbelievably. A swarm of butterflies that shone gold.
The gold butterflies had completely filled inside the study of the inside of the study all at once. What is
なんだこりゃ
this? It was almost like a golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with a golden glow. And on a sofa like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in a shadow, so I couldn't see it well.
親方様
Master,
バトラ
I
様
brought back the Sama.
バトラ
Butler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Kinzo declared that unhappily, his back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kinzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he fought deeply, while occasionally laughing at Gornik. That's me, by the way. That's me every time I read Umineko, and I just suddenly stop myself trying to figure things out. I have fought for 30 years. I fought for 30 years about how to counter this move. Have fun. Have fun with the move I have fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. What fun, what fun! I see I'm no match for you. What is this? So you're king, Battler. I've been waiting for a while. Be silent for Kinzo's sake. Isn't it too early to resign, Kinzo? I could have countered that move in several ways already. Oh, cackle, cackle. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. However, I knew this witch. Even though it was our first meeting, I knew her from the portrait. Genji, serve some alcohol for Battler. What would be an appropriate liquor for this man? That which the master has loved since the days of his youth. Good, good, serve it. You did well coming here. You sure me a Battler. First, sit down. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. So what will you ask me? What will you inquire? The door of the Golden Land will soon be opened. Soon! We will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, which will be welcoming in the witches. In the meantime, I'll answer your questions. As many as you like. I've got a bunch of things I want to ask. What happened on this island? And why did incidents like these occur? I want to ask about the cloakroom too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant room? And Aunt Natsumi's room? And the parlor? There's so much more I want to ask. About the witch's true nature. Is Beatrice really a witch? What's your goal? What do you want to make us do? And why did you call me here? Answer me. About everything. Be quiet. Maybe you'll get answers if you ask. Don't say that, Kinzo. A fragile and fleeting spider web did offer protection from Kirgen Rod once. It's like there are no useless things in this world. There are also no useless questions. Very well. I'll answer your questions. But only on one condition. What is it? If you hear everything and are able to accept my existence, then you will kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I wanted to make you surrender to me. Kinzo and I made a bet. We bet on which would come first. Kinzo thinking of a new move, or me making you surrender. I don't think I'll lose. Cackle, 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 cackle. Damn you, talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try and convince me. Try and convince me that you're a witch who can use weird, awesome, powerful magic. If I surrender, I'll kiss you or do anything else. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly, with eyes that said a man can't go back on his word. Well said! So, from what question shall I begin? I'll answer everything! Come, what will the first one be? So how does it end? Are we fading to black? Do we not get to know? We don't get to know. And then the witch started to tell everything. He began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense.
He was convinced by all of it, and then Butler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist. What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to start reflecting on your finished game. Then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. He lost his game by becoming convinced of her, but it's not over yet, right? Second game, Turn of the Golden Witch. Result. So I got all the info. I'm not gonna do the tea party. I'm realizing the tea party last time was like 2 hours 30. I would make like a 7-hour stream. I'm not gonna do that. But admitted belief under the influence. I demand a repeat. True, same. I'm gonna rethink this. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna stream Umineko again soon. Probably Sunday. Sunday I'll read the tea parties. In the meantime, I'm gonna be thinking the fuck out of it. Yeah, this is weird, by the way. I'm already seeing it. Goddamnit didn't even die on the 5th Twilight. Like, even if you assumed it was reversed, Goddamnit died before Shannon. After acknowledging, prostrated himself. Oh, Rosa denied her. Rosa is the one who denied her this time around. And Butler? Oh, there's more. Okay, cool. Good to know. The we shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures in the Golden Land. They have issues to revive the dead souls and the love that was lost. After all, if the desire had been a mountain of gold of any size, it would not have been able to receive it. Hazel chose the person he had loved and lost. Maya chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Aww. Cute. You're cute for Genji. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of the gold, all 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Genji declared Meat's retirement. Oh, fuck. Damn. Okay, so what's next? It's not midnight yet. Where are you? Beatrice! Show yourself! Beatrice! Rosa finally arrived at the chapel. She pointed a gun around her, screaming the witch's name. There was no way she would receive an answer. After grimacing slightly, she noisily approached the table where her sibling's corpse still lay exposed, and stretched out her arm towards the golden gun. I knew she was an accomplice. I already said it multiple times. It was very heavy, but Rosa didn't mind. She had that run up in a blanket and threw it over her shoulder. At least, just this one. This alone should be worth over 10 million. But letting go of her gun, Rosa picked up the gold as well. Her shoulders were screaming, but Rosa didn't mind. It will happen very soon. Very soon the doors to the Golden Land will open. Laughing with that creepy voice. What, it's Beatrice. Yeah, no, she's around here somewhere, right? You know where, right? Where is she? I don't know. Even if you don't search for her, you'll be able to see her in the Golden Land. Still beats up her child. Stop laughing like that. Ah, it almost makes me want to laugh. That's right, that was definitely a witch. Definitely a witch. I didn't understand. I thought she was a human calling herself a witch, but I was wrong. That really was a witch. I won't be fooled by something like that. You're there, right? Come out, show yourself. I told you, she'll appear very soon. The doors to the Golden Land will be opened. I'm upset. I'm upset because by this point, in the previous game, right, in the previous episode, by this point, I already had a theory about most of the murders. There were a lot of details that were not fine-tuned, but I had a theory. I do not have any here, any at all. The fucking door. Everything revolves around the door, the lock, and the key. Right? That's the three elements that could be tampered with. The door's the lock and the key. You could also add the person who opens the door as the element. Isn't that splendid? You know, I abandoned that rook. You're a woman. I think that cannot be rich without the resolve to lose everything one has. Oh no, you'll be a rich, eh? At least call me a queen. Oh, what a brilliant move. Your blood. No, you showing your blood is bad at giving up. Oh, Clement. What a truly elegant night. Master, Beatrice-sama. It will soon be time for the banquet. Already? That was fast. Every night I pass with you goes by swiftly. The moon falls like an apple, and the sun leaps out the river like a small fish. It's time, so let us go. Rise, Battler. The banquet to celebrate my revival will now begin. I'll introduce you as my new furniture. No, as my toy. To the dignitaries among witches. The witch was relaxing elegantly, her feet thrown out from the sofa, resting on top of a footrest. Whereas the footrest was on the part of the sofa for the human. A human down on all fours. Beatrice, you still dress. There's a guest of honor, but I am the host. I will go out first. It would have been nice if Shannon were here to help you dress you, but unfortunately, it seems she no longer remains. She's never around when I want to use her. Entirely useless person. However, you did well to remain here. I'm happy, my friend. I am grateful for your words. Good. Wait downstairs, you two. Genji, good work. Set the dress down over there. Certainly. Well done, master. We will go first. Beatrice, I'll see you later. Indeed. Kinzo and Genji left the study. After that, the witch and the dress and the furniture remained. You know why I'm not embarrassed to show myself to you naked? It's because you're furniture. Furniture. I understand. Furniture. Just furniture. Who would feel shame in exposing their body? Furniture. Boo, wrong sprite. What? Is there a sprite of her naked here? There's no reason for me to feel shame in front of you. Lecture is right. Okay, fair. Keckle. The witch rose and the jacket slipped off, just from her shoulders. After that, the jacket fell to the ground with a thump. When the furniture respectfully approached to pick up the clothes, the witch gave it a small kick and it fell over. The furniture was afraid of what misconduct might have shown. You, as furniture, plan to force me to unbutton myself? Stand and undo the buttons, one by one, with care, quickly, gracefully.
with no mistakes. The guests are being kept waiting, so change my clothes quickly. Yes. It's clearly a fetish. From Beatrice. Keko. Not good at much care. Those buttons are each worth more than one of your eyeballs. You make a mistake and break them. I'll sew your eyeballs in instead. Keko. I'm so jealous. I'm glad to know, get your pants. The entrance hall was bustling with a crowd of shadowy people, and it sparkled gold, with the gold butterflies flying about. The gentlemen in suits and tuxedos, and the ladies in dresses, looked like they were having a great number of friendly chats. At a glance, it might have looked like a fabulous medieval ball, but they all had one thing in common. That thing was actually bizarre, because all of them had good head. Was it a good mass masquerade? Or did they really have good heads? Probably couldn't be the latter, but in this bizarre world, I really didn't know which was true. Kinzo was amongst those goat nobles, greeting them. And those greetings were more respectful than would have been expected, as though these were all honored guests. At that time, Genji's voice rang out to the hall. It was a voice calling for silence. That voice stopped the idle chatter, and everyone turned to face Genji. Tonight, we celebrate the appearance of our golden witch, who has achieved a revival, the Lady Beatrice. Everyone, please welcome her with your applause. Damn, the songs are pretty good so far. They're good songs, for sure. When Genji began to applaud, it quickly spread through the guests and became a roaring ovation. It is a fever dream at this point. Like every game, every episode starts with something very calm and composed, relatable story, and by this point it just becomes a fucking living nightmare. Then, the Golden Witch appeared from the top of the large staircase. As she gracefully waved her hand, followed by a piece of furniture she was fond of, she slowly descended the staircase. Like, the meta battler, the battler from the viewing gallery, is probably watching this like, fuck off. I'm not admitting yet. The good nobles offered enormous words of celebration from long-forgotten language. Those who were deeply intimate embraced, filled with joy at their reunion. As the witch offered greetings of reunion, the witch's furniture followed behind her the whole time. There was a chain around its neck. The upper end was gripped in the witch's hand, like he was a trained dog. It wasn't there to restrain him. Those chains were a restraining device whose only purpose was to warm the furniture's dignity. He wasn't permitted to wear anything else on his body. Oh, hello! One of the young woman goats mixed in with the goat nobles quietly removed the goat mask as the furniture passed in front of her, and she spoke with eyes that had no light in them. Her face seemed to belong to a long-haired young girl. Oh, pitiful. Indeed. Indeed, Baron Castle. I think I'm thinking of screenshotting this to put on the chart, but that might be too much. Welcome! You like my furniture? That's a nice hobby. Tonight, the offer is blatant fetish. Just saying only that. It is important? Do you think it is important enough? If it's important enough, I'll go back. That's a nice hobby, yeah. Oh no, we're gonna have to go through the entire cinematic again. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I fucked up. I fucked up. No, my dumbass is gonna regret it. Listen, if we have to see it again, okay. You know, this is a good time for me to take a pee break. I need to pee. Really bad. So BRB for a second. My apologies for this. I don't think you can skip this. I'm pressing every key. Yeah, I can't keep it. Alright, you're happy. I'm back. Hi. Oh, press the key to the left of S. Okay, give me a second. But there is no key to the left of S. I was lied to. I was lied to. I don't believe I was lied to. Alright, well, at least that was an enjoyable stream. Still want to see the end. I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid of me. Okay. I'm just checking something else really quick. Okay, I'm back. Here we go. Okay, but now you will get to screenshot it. Yeah, I will. A ton of people join. Yeah, I'm surprised at so many people join. I'm also surprised that so many people stuck around during the lengthy theorizing I did. Every time I theorize like this, I expect like half the entire viewers to like fuck off because they find it annoying or something. I'm gonna go to sleep pissed off. By the way, Umineko pissed me off in a good way because I don't figure out the fucking solution. I don't even have a lead. All the leads I have been crushed. All of them, all the leads have been crushed. I'm gonna fucking shoot myself, dude. Okay, here we are. I'm gonna save here in case I miss it by accident. Here we go. I did good. I did good. Okay. Do you like my furniture? Okay, perfect. Give me a second.
Do I include her face? I guess I will. And where do I put this one? I think the only fitting place would be the last place. Not near the Fury, but like right there. Lower size though, because like he's still naked, so. You know. Next to all the naked girls. Here we go. Perfect place. Right in the center. No, because that's where the Fury about the chapel is. I don't have place for it in the center. I don't want to erase any of this. This is fucking schizophrenic. Like, I'm realizing, even as a bit, right? Like, originally, I was taking inspiration from Red Scarecrow and his Homestuck streams. This is 10 billion times worse than whatever the fuck he did. What the fuck is this shit? I'm only realizing now how fucking stupid that was. On stream seeing this kilograph is why I stuck around. Yeah. I'm glad. No, I'm not saying it's not good. I think that's really funny. I think it's great. And I'm glad people also find it funny. I'm really glad. But you know. Okay. I'm gonna save all this. Let's get back to the game. This is optimal Umineko gameplay. This is how you understand the story. This is how you solve the story. Without it, you cannot understand the story. After saying only that, the witch called Ben Castle once again put on her goat mask, was swallowed up by the shadows of the other tall goats. Little loser. She's faked off, isn't she? You're not wrong. Cackle, 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 cackle. The human ghost giggled, and the witch once again let out a high-pitched laugh. Yeah, because Ben Castle tried to help Butler in this loop, right? And this only made things worse. Thank you for gathering here for my sake. Why don't we enjoy to the fullest this banquet of the witch, where old friends have gathered from past and present, east and west? Come, we will eat all night, drink all night, slurp all night, and chew the bits all night as we enjoy ourselves. Look at the clock as it marks when the ending hour and the beginning hour melt together. Come, let's begin the banquet of the witch. When the witch announced the beginning of the banquet, the large clock pointed to 24. The sound of a bell began to ring out. Come, now is the time. Open the golden door. What the fuck is going on? All at once, the butterflies leafed in gold flew all around the inside of the room. Amidst the golden storm and the brilliant gold-colored light, the barrier between this world and another was cut open. The Butler in a nutshell. I am literally Butler. I am literally him. I think. Which character am I most like? Am I Rudolph? Really funny. I would love being Cross because that would mean I am a giant dick. I could be Jessica because like I'm a big 2 fan, right? So that fits. All right, I'm gonna move on. Surrounded by the goat's delighted voices, the mention of the human world and the mention of those not human overlap. And the members of the household who praised the resurrection of the Golden Witch scattered into gold butterflies, and poured out of the depth of hell
It was a golden tornado, a roller of golden demons. Come, tonight we will put aside rank. Throw open the wine cellar. Drop the snake's head into the liquor pot. Throw cows and chickens into the furnace alive. Drink and eat and sing and dance. Sneer and kill and desecrate and degrade. Thank you, Kinzo. Take me to the golden leg now. It's the golden leg. He's a monkey now. God damn. The good nobles were suddenly crushing in around Kinzo, almost like they were kids demanding the signature of some famous movie star. There were only two differences. First, these were wishes, not kids. Second, what these wishes demanded was not a signature. The good nobles began to draw Kinzo. Only Kinzo's laughing voice echoed throughout the area. Oh, by chewing him apart was a grand mixture of laughter in his death throes, and Kinzo became wine and meat and bread. It's not vor, it's cannibalism. Vor implies eating whole. It's ported. An Oromoid slurp, a restated nod, unpleasant to tear to bits. The sound of his death throes lingered on sweetly, and if adorned with melted chocolate and golden almonds, it would make a wonderful dessert. If you took the bones home, you could also use them in a soup, and the remains could even become toys for the children to play with. And they could also become splendid tools for fortune-telling that always brought misfortune. That entire scene was watched by the furniture. It was all fantastical. It was all demonic. It was the quaking of its supposedly paralyzed art, proof that it could still feel fear. At that time, its knees buckled, and the furniture's body fell down in the middle of the carpet. After all, the witch had kicked those knees from behind. Kneel and show your respect. Rub your forehead against the carpet and show how vulgar you are. Put your hands behind your back and swear that you will offer all your flesh and blood to me. The furniture let out a painful voice. Fear is the most basic emotion humans have. Why is that emotion reviving a sense of self, which should already have been slain? So you are still far from suitable for my furniture. Very well. I will carefully finish you, making you into the kind of furniture I like. The kind fitting only for me. As you are now, I know that you can offer more than entertainment for our guests. The good nobles were surrounding the crouching furniture. It seemed their blazing, blood-red eyes couldn't hide their ecstasy at this new young food they'd been given. And from the ugly teeth that stuck out of countless mouths, saliva, or maybe the traces of meat and wine that they had just eaten, dribbled down. Right. So even in this one, right? Even with all the cards stacked in Beatrice's favor, to make Butler believe in her, it still refuses. To the very end. Like, even at the very end, it cannot. The circle of good nobles was closing in. Then the furniture looked at the witch's face. I surrendered to the witch, though, believing that the witch would show some compassion. He stared at her face in the end. There was nothing but scorn on the witch's face, and she wasn't even facing the furniture anymore. But the witch went off to greet an honored guest, with whom she had crossed gaze. The good nobles looked down upon the furniture. Actually, they had been waiting. Just like one must remove the cork in order to drink champagne, they had to wait for one thing before partaking of the offering served at this banquet. Of course, the furniture didn't know about this thing, but it came out of his mouth all by itself. Just like the unavoidable pop of a cork, it inevitably came out of his mouth. Yeah. It was a scream. It was a sign that marked the beginning of the Monday's banquet at which he was to be served. What the fuck is going on, Butler? Wait, let me check something. Okay, no. Gabby Jack, you could glory you. That one has got to be my favorite. That one has got to be my favorite. I'm always saying this. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking, dude. Exactly what he's speaking in my mind. Get me more Jack, you. Weren't they to be taken to the Golden Land and granted their wishes? It doesn't seem like it. Oh no, because they're still alive. They need to die and their spirits are going to be taken. By now, the garden was one of both roses and gold. Gold-colored garden, where gold butterflies, gold fairies, and gold lizards rampaged and flew about widely. Maya, quickly! Run! Quickly, quickly, quickly! Rosa, oh, it's not raining anymore. Rosa grasped her gun and the blanket wrapped around the ingot, and ran at the speed Maria couldn't match, sometimes forcing to call out on Maria to run faster. So she saw it every time. She saw the golden pursuer chasing them from the mansion. The massive gold butterflies were chasing after them like a massive crawling ant. And strange-looking shadows of goat heads were chasing after them. There was no need for her to strain her eyes, because those blazing pupils told her what would happen if she was captured. Mama, wait! Mama, wait! Ow! Maya fell down. It was just an instant. Rosa was ashamed by the thoughts of abandoning her own daughter and running away. But the instant her feet touched the ground, she ran back. The good head that had sprinted over to get the first bite grabbed hold of the back of Rosa's own child's hair and pulled. Rosa rammed into the goat head with her shoulder. Come on, Rosa, pop off! Gone. Bashed the back of her elbow into the goat's jaw and buried her knee into its throated chest. And she thrust the double barrel of the gun inside the goat head's mouth as it doubled over from the pain in its gut. Just try laying one finger on Maria in front of me. I'll show you just how lukewarm the hell came from is. Only I gets to beat up Maria. The blast from the Winchester's 45 caliber long cold bullet exploded inside the goat head's throat. I should have taken a screenshot of that Rosa Umineko. I should have taken a screenshot of it. I had a screenshot of Natsui. I need to do that. I'm gonna go back and do that like once this chapter is over. Like once the stream is over, I'll go back and do that. And medulla oblongata was instantly pulverized. The goat head, I don't understood. I'll send it for you, please. I beg you. It had thought women were like pre-opened wine bottles. It had thought that turning them upside down would immediately make the deep red contents come out. Mama! Mama! Maya, who had been released, hugged Rosa. But the pursuers were still coming. They could see the giant goat heads, who had given up pretending to be human, running towards them from across the bushes. Rosa spilled several extra bullets, which had been in the pocket of her coat all over the place, told Maya to pick them up. Yes! Pick up! Maya, Mama falls down. Run! Go to the shore. Let's swim and swim and swim! There's no way for us to survive on this island. No! I'll stay with Mama! Rosa's gun roared 4 times, but even though 4 shots really did hit the massive approaching goats in the chest, they didn't even flinch. The goats ran with violent vigor, as though they planned to crush Rosa and Maria with those massive bodies. The gold bar is probably as heavy as Maria. Drop it and grab Maria. Rosa, put the bullet in, quickly. Rosa grabs a blanket with the ingot in both hands, and she herself sprinted, pulling it along. Would have even an ounce of fear of those strange-looking giants. I can still protect my daughter. I'll overcome even hell. Show you this golden dream. Yeah, she's doing that. Did you see that? Did you see that for a frame? Did you see that for like one frame? For like one frame. It used the PS5, there's a PS3 version of the sprite. Good jump scare. It was a roar. The GOATED's roar. A terribly heavy ingot. They're picking up a fearsome centrifugal force and speed. Landed to the head of the GOATED. Goddamn. Rosette pulled the fountain pen from her pocket, but she held it crooked. She placed it in her palm, in the gap between her middle finger and her ring finger, so that it stuck out when she made a fist. Almost like a stinger was growing out of it. That finger sliced into the left eye of the GOATED as it fell over. Okay, I'm sorry, but like Rosa is popping the fuck off. When the goat said roar, a scream. But Rosa's roar was different. She pulled back her fist and slammed it into the fountain pen that was still sticking into the GOATED's eye. The pointing tip was gouged into the depths of his head. Mama, the bullet went in! Good job! When Rosa grabbed the gun Maria had thrown, the giant finally toppled on the ground with a thunderous crash. However, at the same time, the GOATED pursuers on the other side of the rose bushes increased in number. I've gained enough distance for now. I held onto the blanket wrapped around the ingot and the gun, and once again ran with Maria. Why am I running with a gun in my right hand and the gold in my left? Why don't I let go of one hand and grasp Maria's hand? I can't let go of the gun that protects my body. I can't let go of the gold that protects my future. But even so, I've let go of the end of my daughter, the one who is my future. Run, 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 run. You got out of the rose garden and began to run down a staircase through a grove of trees. But Rosa knew. This path through the grove turned and twisted many times and only seemed to be long. She dove straight for it. She had played here often since her child years, so she knew. To the beach, to the beach, to the sea, to the sea, to the sea. After reaching the sea, nothing to do but swim, swim, swim. And if Maria can't swim, I'll carry her as I swim. There's nothing but death on this island. Yeah? Mama? She raced down the stairs, she took a bad step. A violent pain ran up her left ankle, and her mind went completely blank. Rosa fell down several stairs, struck by her ankle, which was bent at an odd angle. And the blanket with the ingot wasn't there. She had let go of it the instant she fell, and had disappeared somewhere into the darkness. No, that would have been so cool if she actually survived. Only the gun was left. Crevices in the earth were getting closer. It was only a matter of time before the GOATEDs flooded in. She didn't want to imagine how many there would be, or how strange they would look. The lightly dancing gold pursuers arrived. The gold butterflies surrounded Rosa and Maria, waving and clamoring as though saying, "The prize is here! The prize is here!" Rosa couldn't even try to get up. The violent pain from her broken ankle was so great that she couldn't ignore it, even in her last moments. What am I doing? If I had the gold, which would have been several meaning yen, I might have been able to start over with that. And yet I fell, lost it. I know my own life is in danger, and Maria's too. What has my life been? I was born into an incomprehensible family. We were irritating older siblings since the day I was born. What did I do? No matter what I did, I was always in trouble and bullied and made fun of. What has my life been? The roar inside Rosa's heart shriveled away and disappeared. Disappeared when she heard Maria's crying voice as she sharpened and clung to Rosa. Maria. Mama, I remembered something she's got to do. Please go on ahead. No, 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 no! I want to stay with Mama. Don't want Mama to die. Maria, even though I'm such a bad Mama, you still say you want to stay with me. Yeah, I want to stay with you. I want to stay with Mama. I mean, it looked like I was putting you first, but I was putting you off. I went to your athletic meet, I went to Parents' Day, but I was always thinking about how I appeared to the world, and you were never in my eyes. Are you saying that you want to stay with that kind of mother? Even though I've been such a bad mother. Hey Mama, did you know? You're my only Mama in this world. There's no good Mama or bad Mama. There's just one Mama. But I don't need any other Mama in this world. I wanna be your one and only Maria. The Maria you wanna spoil when you're in a good mood. And the Maria you want to beat the fuck up into the curb when you aren't. There aren't different people. There's only one Maria. The scary Mama and the nice Mama are the same. To me, they're my one and only. Mama! I was such an idiot. I didn't need gold. Only I just pulled you by the end. I was such a stupid mama. The shadows of the goats covered the sky even more thoroughly than the trees of the forest. The roars blotted out the world with fear. Rosa still hugging Maria, ready to gun with one hand. Maria, let's go together. I'll never leave you. Let's always stay together so that Mama never gets lost again. Yeah, we'll be able to see each other soon. We'll be together forever. We'll be able to see each other in the Golden Land. And then we'll play together. With the wolf and sheep puzzle. I haven't solved more than one of the puzzles. But I've solved them all. Oh, he's a riddle giver. She had bought it as a birthday present. And then I done played it with Maria after that first night. Yes, we'll play together. I promise. Secret third option. Shoot Maria. Exactly the right moment. His eyes sparkling like red hot lava, something. Look just like a group of fireflies. They dance, close in, and attack. Ah, come on! Let whoever wants to eat the bullet Maria chambered from me step forward! When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. Wait! No way! What? No. No way. No, you, okay, this isn't related to what's happening. No way. Someone sent me this in the in DMs. Someone sent me this in DMs. We're gonna stop here for today. But someone sent me this in DMs. Now I'm wondering if I should play it. Now I'm wondering if I should play it. It's a Rosa escaping that game. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that's real. Oh my god. Oh, that's so peak. That's so peak. That's peak. That's peak. What can I say besides this peak? Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Give me a second. I need to make a point of it. Fuck, I don't have the file. I can't even pull that Absolute Cinema on screen. I'm killing myself. It's over. Oh my god, that was great. I had fun. That was a banger ending. Gabo Bior you. That is my entire... That sums up my entire experience with Umineko episode 2. God damn, this is peak fiction. This really is peak fiction. I thought, right, I added a lot of space at one point, right, and I thought I wouldn't use all of it, but then in the end, I did. Worst app, by the way. Really? Is it actually considered the worst app? Honestly, it's mostly the ending that like sold me. Right, saving. Oh. Worst step is the first one. It is generally rated the lowest. God damn. Honestly, okay. The opening section is long. It's rather long, right? The opening section takes a while.
But it's really those last, like that first sequence with the Halloween scene, right? It's that first sequence with the Halloween scene, and then the well, the ending sequence, everything, like everything after Rosa locks herself in, right? The intro was overly long. We did get to see Tsuru Petan, right? At least the Marisa cosplay, but that was overly long. And then this, and again, now that I realize that Shannon is 16, and George is 23, my opinion of, like, if I knew that when the intro started, because like everyone's like, wait, you didn't know? I had no fucking idea the guy was the pointeur. I had no fucking idea. I thought he was just like fucking. That's why they couldn't just quit their jobs. Like every time I kept saying, "Oh yeah, Cannon, just quit your job, Cannon," but they can't. They're 16. They have nowhere else to go. They're 16 years old. This makes sense now. Is this the reason? Like, I mean, there's probably another reason, but like this is. I would have stopped saying that then. I didn't realize. I thought we were adults. I said, Joe, go ahead. As long as it's not a spoiler, go ahead. It really is the ending sequence. Like, the ending sequence fixed everything. The Epstein Island. It was. This is essentially Epstein Island with the fucking house orphanage. That's the joke you were planning to say. Something along those lines. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. George Michael likes it free. True. All right. Well, I'm gonna stop here for today. Wait, no. I'm not. Polopo, didn't you say you would give me the what's the word? The sprite of Rosa holding a gun? I really need it. I really need to add it to the chart, like right now. I really need to add it to the chart. I need to put it somewhere because, like, in the chart 1, right? I also put Natsui, so I feel it's important that I do the same. Also, I was so right. It did die first. Be quiet, George. Oh yeah. Anyways, DMs, thank you. I would have liked without the text, but you know, this is something I can fix later in post, right? So I'm just gonna add it here, and then later I'll, you know. No, I'll just do it. Give me a second. No. Unless we get to hear the cool music again. Give me a second. I'll just do it right now. I know it's gonna take a bit, and then we'll raid someone, right? Actually, I might just raid someone right now. Let me see who we can raid. Who can raid? Yeah, sure. Let's raid Fair Jane. Playing a game I don't know. Okay. Meanwhile, Umineko is starting. Start, load. I'm just rushing to that scene again. I think that line is worth keeping. But the Alright, I can, but it's not the same.
皆様
It's not the same. What's the word? It's the same font, so it doesn't work. Oh fuck! I fucked it up.
教えてやるよ
I'm a moron. I fucked it up. Oopsie. I'm very bad at this. ASMR right now.
皆様
If you like ASMR, this is for you. Didn't like Bernstein, like of the Witch, said she would give an advantage to Battler? Because I don't see that advantage anywhere. Oh my god, really? I skipped it again. I'm gonna fucking shoot myself. I am a moron. I hope you enjoy the ASMR. Furniture thing is a win for sure. Okay. One the screaming stuff. Here we go. So true, Battler. So true, Battler.
マリア早く早く
Okay. Okay, we're almost here. Okay. Come on, we're almost there. And we're adding it to the chart. Wait, no, it's not the line. It doesn't have the line. Does it? Wait. Never mind, it does. Perfect. Perfect. We're adding this. We're adding this to the chart. Okay. And this deserves a good spot. This deserves a good spot. Right there. Right there. Right, we're gonna make some spots here. Right? Okay. Probably reduce it by 50%. That music is banger, by the way. Perfect. And that's it for episode 2. That is the entire shot for episode 2. With every single red text recorded, all my theories. Again, I do not think this is wrong. I still think this is correct. I still think this is correct. And no one will convince me otherwise. No one can. And I'll stop streaming for today. Next time I will be streaming the tea parties. And if people like want it, maybe stream the episode 3 and so on, like onwards. All right. Let's raid Fair Jame. They're a very comfy VTuber, which is like a good thing after like such a fucking intense stream. I've laughed a lot, right? But I was completely into this shit. I was immersed like crazy. I was great. This shit is great. Fucking love this shit. All right, go say I. Go say I. Hi, hello. And I hope you guys have a nice whatever the fuck you want, like evening, morning, anything. I don't know. Anything that makes you happy, I guess. Have a nice anything. Have a nice happiness. Here we go. We'll say that now. All right. I'll see you guys next time. I think Sunday for more Umineko. Bye bye. Here we go.